Beneath the stillness of the sea lie stories swallowed whole, ships that vanished without a trace, thought gone forever until they were found, years later, in the most haunting of places. Their silence speaks louder than any storm. Let the current carry you through the forgotten wreckage. And if this calms you, you can always come back. Subscribe, and we'll be here. Part 1. The wreck of the SS Central America. In the mid-19th century, as America was gripped by the frenzy of the gold rush, a majestic steamship known as the SS Central America sailed the treacherous waters between Panama and New York, carrying with it a cargo more precious than most, tons of California gold. If this video brings you peace, let it be your safe harbor. Subscribe and drift back whenever you want. It was 1857, an era when steamships were the marvels of their time, weaving their way through the Atlantic, connecting coasts, economies, and dreams of fortune. But on a fateful September day, the SS Central America met a violent storm off the coast of the Carolinas, and it vanished beneath the waves. This shipwreck was more than a tragic loss of life. It became a symbol of shattered hopes and financial turmoil. Over 500 passengers and crew faced the fury of nature, with only a fraction surviving. The loss itself sent shockwaves through the nation's economy, contributing to the panic of 1857, a recession that lingered for years. For over a century, the ship's final resting place remained a mystery, hidden somewhere in the abyss of the Atlantic Ocean. Treasure hunters, historians, and dreamers longed for a chance to uncover the secrets buried beneath the dark tide. The legend of the Central America grew, part myth, part history, floating just below the surface of public consciousness. Fast forward to 1987, a dedicated team of marine salvage experts, led by a man named Tommy Gregory Thompson, employed groundbreaking deep-sea technology, trace sonar, submersibles, and remote-operated vehicles to scour the ocean floor. At a depth of approximately 8,000 feet, they found a tantalizing clue, a large section of the Central America's hull resting on the seabed, surprisingly preserved in the cold, briny blackness. The discovery ignited a worldwide sensation. Over the next few years, Thompson and his team retrieved an astonishing haul, more than 10 tons of gold coins, bars, and artifacts from the ship. Each item told a story: an old pocket watch frozen at the moment the ship sank, a worn leather-bound ledger, even personal effects from passengers. These treasures offered a rare, tangible link to a bygone age. The salvage operation itself was no easy feat. Harsh ocean conditions, technical difficulties, and legal battles over treasure rights painted a complex picture of modern-day shipwreck discovery. But beneath all the modern complexity lay the simple, haunting image of the ship beneath waves, standing silent guard over some of the nation's lost gold. Beyond the monetary value, the story of the SS Central America remains a profound reminder of nature's power and human endurance. From the glitter of gold to the tragedy of lives lost, it is a voyage through history itself. Today, relics from the ship are displayed in museums, telling tales of courage, fortune, and disaster. As the sea calms and night deepens, picture the ghostly outline of the Central America resting on the ocean floor, a monument to dreams lost and found, waiting patiently to whisper its story once more. And with that, we close this chapter. The ocean keeps its secrets tightly held, but every now and then, it reveals a lost story, shimmering golden in the deep. Part 2. The Enigma of the Wider Galley. In the early 18th century, the Caribbean was a vast, shimmering theater of adventure, danger, and piracy, a place where nations battled for riches and pirates sought their fortunes amid the swirling blue waves. Among the many infamous vessels that carved a legacy in these tropical waters, the Wider Galley stands out as one of the most captivating chapters in maritime history. Originally built in 1715 as a slave ship, the Wider transformed through its short but dramatic life into the flagship of the ruthless pirate captain, Black Sam Bellamy, whose brief but notorious career would leave an indelible mark on the very definition of piracy. The year was 1717 when Bellamy seized the Wider, and from there stories of plunder, fast sailing, and fearless escapades filled the salty air. The ship, once a mere merchant vessel, now bore the flag of freedom on the high seas, but freedom laced with peril, laden with treasures from raids on Portuguese and English ships. The Whyda's hold was overflowing with gold coins, jewels, and goods plundered across the Caribbean and the American coastline. Pirates were outlaws, yes, but their ship was a floating vault of history, a vessel frozen in time by fate itself. Yet, like many pirate legends, the Whyda's tale took a sharp and tragic turn. In April of 1717, as the ship sailed near Cape Cod, a fierce nor'easter crashed into the coast with unexpected brutality. Battling monstrous waves and howling winds, the Whyda was driven onto a sandbar and ultimately sank, plunging hundreds of tons of pirate treasure into the cold Atlantic depths. The tempest claimed the lives of nearly all aboard, including Bellamy. The Whyda was lost to folklore, her location whispered about by treasure seekers and historians for centuries, part legend, part mystery, and entirely enigmatic. For over 2.5 centuries, the Whyda's resting place eluded discovery, a secret kept by the shifting sands and relentless currents. The sea seemed to guard its treasure well, with only tantalizing hints in old maps, survivor accounts, and maritime records. The story sparked the imaginations of many speculators, divers, even writers spinning tales of ghostly pirates and sunken fortunes, but real evidence remained elusive, buried beneath miles of sand and salt water. Then in the 1980s, marine explorer Barry Clifford embarked on an extraordinary quest that would rewrite pirate history forever. Using advances in underwater archaeology, magnetometers, and careful mapping of the coastline, Clifford set out to find the Whyda, an expedition fueled as much by passion as by technology. After years of searching, in 1984, his team struck gold underground, or rather, underwater. They located the wreckage of the Whyda galley off Cape Cod, confirming the ship's exact location beneath the sediment. It was a discovery that sent ripples across the worlds of history and treasure hunting alike. The underwater excavation unraveled an astonishing trove. More than 200,000 artifacts emerged, including rare gold coins, iron cannons, navigational instruments, and the unmistakable tamper of pirate life. Each piece was a whisper from the past, frozen mid-saga, the gleam of a coin struck in Spain, the rusted remains of a musket, the fragments of luxurious silks, and buttons still holding onto threads of worn clothing. Even human remains told silent stories of those rushed aboard, caught by fate's cruel hand during the storm. This was not just a shipwreck, it was a snapshot of the golden age of piracy. The uncovering of the Whyda shifted pirate lore from myth to tangible reality. Beyond the gleaming treasure, the find gave historians priceless insight into 18th century navigation, shipbuilding, and pirate culture. The artifacts, now carefully preserved and shared, allow us to glimpse a world long submerged by the depths, pirates who were not just criminals, but were also skilled sailors, traders, and survivors of the cruel sea. The mystery of the Whyda galley reminds us how the ocean cradles history in its depths, keeping secrets safe until curiosity, tenacity, and technology unravel their stories. It is a tale of fortune lost and found, a ghost ship resting silently beneath the waves, where every artifact holds breath, and every coin whispers the adventures of men who dared to challenge both the law and the ocean itself. So, lean back and let the soft cadence of the sea's murmur guide you into the shadows of this pirate legend, a story caught between legend and reality, waiting beneath the waves to be heard once more. Part 3. The rediscovery of the Nostra Senora de Atocha. In the serene turquoise waters off the coast of Florida, a silent reminder of a bygone era slumbers beneath the waves, a reminder not just of maritime tragedy, but of empires, riches, and a world forever changed by the tides of history. This is the story of the Nostra Senora de Atocha, a Spanish galleon whose name echoes through centuries, a symbol of both wealth and loss, rediscovered after more than 3 centuries beneath the Gulf Stream's restless currents. The year was 1622, a time when Spain ruled vast territories across the Americas, and the flow of gold, silver, and treasures from the New World to the Old was the lifeblood of the empire. The Atocha was no ordinary ship. It was part of the famed Spanish treasure fleet, a flotilla designed to protect the invaluable cargo that carried the fortunes and fates of empires. Laden with silver bars, gold coins, precious gems, and a cargo so vast it could fill a king's vaults multiple times over, the Atocha was a floating palace of wealth and ambition. But fate, as it often does, took a cruel turn. In September of that year, Hurricane winds rose without mercy in the Florida Keys. The fleet, attempting to navigate the treacherous reefs of the archipelago, found itself ensnared in a raging tempest. The Atucha, heavily laden and unable to evade the storm's wrath, was thrown against the jagged coral, shattered, and sent plummeting to the ocean floor. Of the hundreds on board, only a few survived the shipwreck, while thousands of pieces of silver, gold, and precious artifacts slipped away into the depths, hidden by shifting sands and time. For over 350 years, the exact location of the Atucha remained a tantalizing mystery, an alluring secret kept by the sea itself. Many speculated, some sought, but none succeeded in truly uncovering the lost treasure of this famous galleon. The legend grew, whispered among treasure hunters, as the mother lode of shipwrecks, the ultimate prize that would challenge their resolve and ingenuity. This was a puzzle that beckoned from the dark, shimmering abyss, calling forth dreamers who believed that beneath the ocean's surface lay not just coins and gems, but stories of lives, empires, and fortune forever intertwined. The breakthrough came not until the late 20th century. In 1969, Mel Fisher, a relentless and passionate treasure hunter, embarked on what many called a fool's errand, a decades-long search for the Atucha's treasure that would consume his life and test every ounce of his determination. Fisher's story reads like an epic quest, characterized by unyielding hope, legal battles, hardships, and moments of sheer despair. Yet, with each passing year, his team refined their methods, utilizing cutting-edge underwater technology, side-scan sonar, magnetometers, and diving submersibles to scan the murky ocean floor. Then in 1985, after a lifetime devoted to the hunt, the sea finally revealed its secrets. Divers located a cache unlike any before, silver bars stamped with imperial marks, gold coins gleaming beneath layers of sediment, emeralds still polished by the currents, and intricate artifacts, including leather-bound books and intricately carved religious relics. This was not just a find, but a time capsule, preserving the grandeur and tragedy of a single moment in the sprawling tapestry of history. What made the discovery of the Atucha especially remarkable was not just the staggering wealth recovered, but the exceptional condition and variety of artifacts. Personal items such as navigational instruments, utensils, and even musket balls told compelling tales about the lives aboard the galleon, the decisions made during the storm, the fire of hope, and the heartbreak of loss. Each coin had its own story, minted in distant Spanish towns, carried across oceans, and lost in the horror of the tempest. But the saga did not end with the treasure's recovery. Legal battles over ownership ensued, adding a modern layer of conflict to this ancient tale. The US government and the state of Florida claimed rights to the treasure, but Fisher's unrelenting pursuit culminated in a landmark court decision recognizing his discovery and its claim. The fight to preserve and properly care for the treasure highlighted the delicate balance between human greed and the preservation of historical heritage. Today, much of the Atucha's treasure can be found in museums, carefully curated to offer visitors a glimpse into the 17th century's complex world of colonial ambition, sea exploration, and untold wealth. Exhibits display the gleam of gold doubloons beside faded ship logs, the sparkle of emeralds alongside tales of storms and survival. Historians and enthusiasts alike treasure these artifacts, not only for their material value, but as keys unlocking the lifestyle, politics, and economics of a world long vanished beneath the waves. Imagine as you listen, the gentle sway of the ocean above the Atucha's resting place, quiet now, far from the furious storm that doomed it to the deep. Envision the skeletal remains of the ship embedded in sand, encrusted with coral and sea life, yet still guarding its secrets, whispering stories of ambition, sorrow, and the unrelenting human spirit. In this vast and silent grave beneath the sea, the Nostra Senora de Atucha teaches us a powerful lesson that even when lost in the vastness of time and water, history patiently waits, not forgotten, but hidden, ready to be uncovered by those who dare to seek its depths. The ocean's embrace, though dark and unyielding, may yet offer comfort, an unexpected portal connecting us to the dreams and disasters of the past. And so, as the night deepens and the world quiets, let your thoughts drift alongside that ancient galleon, resting peacefully in its watery cradle, a monument to discovery, perseverance, and the enduring allure of the lost. Part 4. The Lost Voyage of the SS Waratah. In the early years of the 20th century, as the world was rapidly changing and new frontiers of travel and trade beckoned, ocean liners were the giants of their age, symbols of human ingenuity, ambition, and the ever-persistent desire to connect the farthest corners of the world. Among these great vessels was the SS Waratah, a luxury passenger and cargo steamer built to sail the route between Britain and Australia, carrying hopeful immigrants, business travelers, and precious goods. But despite the promise it carried, the Waratah's story began and ended in mystery. Commissioned in 1908 by the Blue Anchor Line, the Waratah was designed to be a marvel of engineering and comfort. At nearly 500 feet long, it was equipped with state-of-the-art steam engines, elegant passenger accommodations, and the latest in maritime safety features, or so it seemed. The ship boasted grand dining halls, cabins with lush furnishings, and the promise of a smooth, swift passage across the vast and often treacherous ocean. Its name was inspired by the bright red Australian Waratah flower, a symbol of resilience and beauty, befitting a vessel meant to bridge continents. After a series of successful trips between London and Cape Town, and from Cape Town to Durban, the Waratah embarked on what would be its final and tragic journey on July 26, 1909. Departing Durban, South Africa, laden with 211 passengers and 132 crew members, the ship set course for Cape Town, pushing through the sometimes fierce currents of the Indian Ocean. This journey was meant to be routine, but fate had other plans. The Waratah vanished without a trace. Months went by, and as the ship failed to arrive at its intended port, the world was gripped by anxiety and then grief. Despite extensive searches, no substantial wreckage or survivors were found. The only clues initially were fragments of debris discovered washed ashore on various parts of the South African coastline. Speculation swirled: had the ship succumbed to a violent storm? Did it capsize in heavy seas due to design flaws or overloading? Or had it fallen victim to something more sinister? Rumors and theories abounded. Some experts believed the Waratah's stability may have been compromised by the way it was loaded. Others pointed to potential structural flaws. Eyewitness accounts from other ships described seeing the Waratah struggling against gusting winds near the notorious Agulhas Current, a treacherous swirling body of water infamous for creating rogue waves and sudden squalls. From that moment, the Waratah's fate entered maritime legend, a ghost ship story whispered by sailors and remembered in the annals of shipping disasters. For decades, the Waratah's resting place remained one of the greatest maritime mysteries. Unlike other famous shipwrecks, no one could say with certainty where the grand liner had gone down. Without a known location, rescue, recovery, or even proper investigation was impossible. Families of the missing held on to hope, and maritime historians catalogued theories, but the Waratah drifted further into the realm of myth. The story, however, did not end there. Memories of the Waratah's disappearance inspired renewed interest in underwater exploration and deep-sea investigation. Technological advances in the late 20th century, particularly in sonar scanning, deep submersibles, and remote-operated vehicles, RAVOs, opened the possibility that one day the mystery might be solved. Throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, sporadic searches were mounted along the South African coast, targeting likely wreck zones suggested by historical data and oceanographic studies. Bits of wood, metal fragments, and other unverified debris were found, but none conclusively linked to the Waratah. Researchers studied old shipping records, weather data, and currents, gradually narrowing down a search area in waters notoriously difficult to navigate. These efforts kept hopes alive, fueled by the dream of bringing clarity to a century-old tragedy. Then, in 2017, a breakthrough came from an unexpected quarter. A consortium of marine archaeologists and private exploration teams launched a deep-water scanning expedition off the southeastern coast of South Africa. Using advanced multi-beam sonar and underwater imaging technology, they discovered anomalies on the ocean floor consistent with a large shipwreck. Diving remotely operated vehicles sent down high-definition cameras, capturing images of massive steel hull sections, twisted metal beams, and what appeared to be remnants of passenger accommodations, an eerie underwater scene frozen in time. Subsequent expeditions confirmed the identity. The long-lost wreckage of the SS Waratah had been found, resting at a depth of over 900 meters, battered by ocean currents, but remarkably intact given the passage of over a century. Analysis of the debris field suggested the ship had suffered a catastrophic failure, likely capsizing rapidly after encountering violent swells. Scientists studying the site found evidence of poorly secured cargo and water ingress into critical compartments, supporting historical conjectures about stability issues. The find was monumental, not only solving one of the greatest unresolved disappearances in maritime history, but also offering a poignant window into early 20th century sea travel. Artifacts recovered from the site, carefully lifted by specialized salvage teams, included fragments of luggage, personal items such as ornate jewelry and pocket watches, ship fittings engraved with the Waratah's name, and pieces of its lavish interiors. These relics told stories of the passengers who had embarked on a hopeful journey, many moving to new lives in distant lands. Legal and ethical challenges soon followed, as questions arose about ownership and preservation. The shipwreck is considered a protected historical site under international maritime heritage laws, and efforts are underway to ensure nothing is disturbed without proper archaeological oversight. Museums in South Africa and Australia have received donations of artifacts, allowing the public to glimpse this chapter of history and reflect on the lives intertwined with the fate of the Waratah. More than 100 years after it vanished beneath the waves, the SS Waratah now rests in the ocean's embrace as a solemn monument to the bravery and vulnerability of those who sailed on her. Its rediscovery reminds us of the ever-changing relationship between humankind and the sea, how the water can be both a highway and a graveyard, a place of dreams and drama. As night falls and waves gently lap on distant shores, imagine the Waratah lying silent beneath the dark Atlantic currents, her story finally told but forever etched into the depths, a rest stop for restless souls, a beacon for those who seek to remember the past. In the quiet moments between waking and sleep, let the echoes of the Waratah's voyage linger, a tale of courage, loss, and the endless mystery of the sea. Part 5. The Ghost Ship of the Mary Celeste. In the late 19th century, amidst the expanding web of global trade and the ever-busy Atlantic shipping lanes, few maritime mysteries have captured the imagination quite like that of the Mary Celeste. Unlike many sunken vessels hidden beneath the ocean's depths, the Mary Celeste did not disappear beneath the waves. She was found drifting aimlessly, an eerie ghost ship, her sails full, but her crew vanished without a trace. The story begins in late 1872, a time when clipper ships sliced through the ocean with grace and speed, carrying goods, hopes and stories across vast distances. The Mary Celeste was a modest merchant brigantine, sturdy and reliable, commanded in those days by Captain Benjamin Briggs, a seasoned mariner known for his meticulous attention to detail and care for his crew. The ship's voyage began in New York, headed for Genoa, Italy, with a cargo of denatured alcohol, barrels carefully stowed below deck. The crew numbered 7, along with Captain Briggs, his wife Sarah, and their young daughter Sophia, a small family journey set against the backdrop of bustling maritime commerce. After setting sail on November 7, 1872, there was nothing unusual at first. The seas were calm, the ship maintained a steady course through the often treacherous Atlantic, but then on December 5th, the Mary Celeste was spotted by another ship, the DEI Gracia, in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, near the Azores. It was not the sight of the sail-filled Mary Celeste that alarmed the DEI Gracia crew. It was the ship's abandonment that sent waves rippling through the maritime community. Upon boarding the Mary Celeste, the crew of the DEI Gracia found a baffling scene. The ship was largely intact, no signs of violent struggle, no damage from storms or collision. Food and water were plentiful, personal belongings undisturbed. The vessel's logbook had been kept up to date until 10 days prior to discovery. The cargo was secure, the lifeboat still tethered to the side. Yet, Captain Briggs, his family, and the rest of the crew were nowhere to be found. This mystery sparked intense speculation and fueled countless theories that captured the imagination for decades. Had a sudden disaster struck? Pirates, mutiny, sea monsters, a monstrous storm? None stood up under scrutiny. The ship's damage or lack thereof pointed to a sudden evacuation rather than catastrophe. Perhaps a fear of explosion from the volatile alcohol cargo had driven them to flee prematurely, only for something more sinister to claim them on the open ocean. Theories grew wilder over time. Some suggested a giant sea wave or a waterspout had frightened the crew. Others speculated that Captain Briggs had fallen ill, or worse, that the ship had suffered from a calamitous gas leak, leading to an invisible threat. Another enduring possibility was that the crew had abandoned ship in the height of panic, only to meet their fate lost at sea in the lifeboat, swept away by unforgiving currents. Despite thorough inquiries and international attention, no trace of the missing crew was ever found. The Mary Celeste itself was eventually sold at auction, and sailed under various owners before finally fading into history. Yet, the enigma remained alive, an unsettling whisper on the winds of maritime lore. For over a century, the tale of the Mary Celeste has continued to evoke a haunting mix of curiosity and melancholy. She became one of those rare ghost ships in history, a symbol of the sea's unpredictable nature and the human stories adrift within it. Artists, writers, and filmmakers have retold the ship's story countless times, weaving a rich tapestry where truth and legend blend into a captivating enigma. Then, as modern technology advanced, interest in the Mary Celeste surged anew. Oceanographers and maritime archaeologists combed through records, ocean current models, and weather logs from 1872, attempting to piece together the circumstances that could have led to the crew's disappearance. Some suggested that the rough seas and rogue waves common in the North Atlantic might have damaged the lifeboat during an escape attempt, dooming those who fled to the merciless ocean. Others examined the ship's cargo, tens of thousands of gallons of denatured alcohol, a volatile substance that might have produced dangerous fumes or even a small fire, terrifying the crew. Yet, the mystery stubbornly held on. No wreckage from a lifeboat or any sign of the missing sailors has ever been found. Despite extensive searches, the Mary Celeste remains one of maritime history's greatest enduring puzzles, a riddle locked in salt and timbers. What makes the story so compelling is not just the unanswered questions, but the human elements entwined within. The family aboard, the skilled crew lost without a trace, and a ship found drifting silently on a cold December day. It speaks to the delicate balance between order and chaos on the sea, how fortunes and fate could shift in the blink of an eye. Today, many museums and maritime archives hold artifacts and documents related to the Mary Celeste. Pictures of the ship, sketches of its layout, copies of the captain's log, and letters from the crew's families. It stands as a reminder of the ocean's vast mysteries and the lives that have been swept into its depths, known yet unknown, a spectral enigma that quietly beckons us to look deeper into the past. Imagine now, as the waves gently rock your thoughts, the Mary Celeste emerging through morning fog, her sails billowing, empty cabins silent, a ghostly vessel adrift between worlds of reality and myth. Somewhere beyond the horizon lies the answers, lost at sea, but never forgotten, whispering tales of mystery, courage, and the haunting absence that makes a ship's story eternal. As the night deepens and stars shimmer quietly overhead, picture that silent brigantine floating under a silver moon, a solemn monument to lives vanished and stories yet to be told. The Mary Celeste is at once a mystery, a warning, and a testament to the deep's inscrutable secrets, inviting us to listen closely to the sea, the winds, and the whispered echoes of legends lost to time. Part 6. The Silent Depths of the SS Thistlegorm. In the vastness of the Red Sea, nestled between the sun-drenched deserts of Egypt and the shimmering coast of the Sinai Peninsula, lies a shipwreck unlike any other, an underwater time capsule that speaks not only of war and loss, but also of the relentless march of history and human resilience. This is the story of the SS Thistlegorm, a British merchant navy ship whose dramatic sinking during World War II transformed her from a working cargo vessel into one of the most renowned wrecks in the world. The year was 1941, a time of global turmoil where the tides of conflict swept across continents and seas alike. The SS Thistlegorm, a sturdy 900-ton steamship, was no ordinary ship. Built just a decade earlier, she was adapted for the perilous task of supplying Allied forces in the Middle East. Laden with an astonishing variety of cargo, everything from jeeps and trucks to rifles, boots, motorcycles, and ammunition, she was a floating lifeline, gearing up for the monumental struggle against the Axis powers. Her journey began in Glasgow, Scotland, moving through the Mediterranean, bound for Alexandria, Egypt. What she carried was vital, military equipment essential for the campaigns raging across North Africa, where British and Commonwealth forces fought to halt the advance of German and Italian troops. The shipment was meticulous, every crate packed with precision, each a cog in the vast machinery of war. Late on the night of October 6, 1941, the SS Thistlegorm was anchored near the Egyptian coast, awaiting the morning light before completing her voyage. But war's hazards were never far away. As she rested in the darkness, lurking German bombers swooped down in a surprise attack. The Luftwaffe's daring raid was precise and relentless. Bombs rained upon the ship, tearing into her hull with devastating effect. Within moments, the Thistlegorm was engulfed in flames and ruptured by explosions, ammunition, fuel, and supplies, triggering a deadly chain reaction. The ship sank swiftly, sliding down into the depths of the Red Sea. Of her crew, more than 60 men lost their lives that night, swallowed by the very sea that had carried them on such a hopeful mission. The wreck's exact location remained unknown for decades, swallowed by the shifting sands of war and time, a silent monument to sacrifice forgotten beneath the waves. The story might have faded into obscurity if not for a chance discovery in the early 1950s. A pair of British divers set out to explore the mysterious reefs and wrecks of the Red Sea and stumbled upon the SS Thistlegorm, lying remarkably intact at a depth of approximately 130 feet. What they found was astonishing. The cold, saltwater sealed holds preserved the ship's cargo in eerie detail. Motorcycles poised as if ready to ride, crates of ammunition still stacked, rifles leaning against abandoned lockers, helmets, boots, and even bottled drinks, waiting in the darkness. The Thistlegorm quickly became a mecca for divers from around the world, a window into a past frozen in time. But it was more than a dive site. It was an underwater museum, a solemn and vibrant memorial to the courage and hardship of wartime seafarers. The ship's massive boilers, twisted rails, and skeletal framework bore witness to its violent end, while her cargo told a story of global conflict that redefined nations. For decades, the Thistlegorm's remains have been carefully studied and documented. Marine biologists noted how life had claimed the wreck, with coral reefs blooming on her decks and schools of fish darting through bowels once filled with steel and supplies. Yet the echoes of human endeavor remain palpable. Divers find scattered relics, brass knuckles, medical supplies, even personal items such as watches and letters lost amidst the turmoil. The story of the Thistlegorm is not just one of destruction, but also of discovery, preservation, and respect. The shipwreck has been granted protected status under Egyptian law, an acknowledgement of its cultural and historical significance. Dive tourism has brought both admiration and pressure, leading to careful management to prevent plundering and damage, ensuring that future generations may also bear witness to this extraordinary relic of the past. But beyond the technical and historical significance, the Thistlegorm's tale is deeply human. It is the story of men far from home, entrusting their lives to a vessel that symbolized hope and solidarity amid the darkest times. Their sacrifices are silently etched into every rusted beam and coral-encrusted crate. And as divers explore the shadowy corridors of the wreck, a profound stillness invites reflection. Imagine descending through sunbeams piercing the turquoise waters, the vast hull emerging like a ghost from the sea's depths, a submarine palace once alive with activity, now a quiet sanctuary. Here, in the muffled silence, the whispers of engines that powered freedom's cause, the clatter of equipment hastily stowed, and the fading voices of those who never made it home. The SS Thistlegorm remains a stunning testament to the enduring power of memory beneath the waves. Her story reminds us that beneath the ocean's surface lies not only natural wonder, but also the profound legacy of human history, where conflict, courage, loss, and discovery converge in a breathtaking, timeless embrace. As night settles and stars scatter above the desert and sea, picture the silent silhouette of the Thistlegorm, resting patiently beneath the coral gardens, a ghostly guardian of wartime secrets, inviting the curious to listen closely to the deep's calm breath, the waves' gentle lull, and the stories forever etched in rust and sea foam. Let yourself drift there, in the quiet blue, where history sleeps and dreams whisper, a voyage back to courage lost and found in the silent depths. Part 7. The rediscovery of the HMS Erebus. In the vast icy wilderness of the Canadian Arctic, where the landscape is painted in endless shades of white and blue, lies a tale of courage, mystery, and endurance that has captivated explorers and historians for nearly 2 centuries. This is the saga of the HMS Erebus, one of 2 ships that embarked on one of the most daunting and tragic expeditions ever attempted, Sir John Franklin's expedition to find the elusive Northwest Passage, a sea route promising to bridge the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Arctic archipelago. The year was 1845, a time when the British Empire's thirst for exploration and trade drove many to push against the edges of the known world. HMS Erebus, a stout iron-hulled steam sloop of war, alongside her sister ship HMS Terror, set sail from England, loaded with supplies, optimism, and a crew of 129 brave souls. Their mission was simple yet perilous: chart the Northwest Passage, unlock a new maritime highway, and claim an unclaimed prize of navigation. However, that bold journey quickly turned into one of the most enduring mysteries in maritime and exploration history. After sailing into the frozen maze of ice and fog, the expedition vanished from sight, leaving only faint whispers in letters, Inuit legends, and scattered relics for decades. As years passed with no word, the British Admiralty launched numerous search missions, but the fate of Franklin's men and their vessels remained a cold, haunting enigma. For almost 170 years, the story of the Erebus and Terror was etched deep into the Arctic ice, a frozen time capsule locked beneath miles of snow and shifting ice floes. What transpired was a tale of tragedy: ships trapped in ice, starvation, exposure, and desperate attempts by survivors to trek toward safety across an unforgiving wilderness. Many perished or succumbed to scurvy and illness, while others struggled in the dark, bleak Arctic nights. The last official word from Franklin's expedition were cryptic notes left in cairns, barely hinting at their ultimate demise. But the sea would not keep its secrets forever. In 2014, nearly 2 centuries after the ships had vanished, a breakthrough emerged. Guided by Inuit oral histories, long dismissed but holding priceless truths, and aided by advances in underwater discovery technology, Parks Canada archaeologists embarked on a determined search near King William Island. There, resting in the frigid depths of the Arctic waters, they located the wreckage of HMS Erebus. The discovery sent waves of excitement through the world of exploration and history. The Erebus appeared remarkably preserved, sitting on a seabed of cold, dark silence. Hundreds of artifacts have since been raised from the site: parts of the ship's deck, navigational instruments, tools, and even personal items revealing the daily lives and struggles of those on board. Each item resonated with the spirit of endurance and the human will to survive in the face of death. Incredibly, the Erebus discovery was just the beginning. 2 years later, in 2016, the sister ship HMS Terror was found, also remarkably intact in a deep channel known as Terror Bay. Its discovery completed a historic chapter. 2 ships once thought lost forever, now silent sentinels beneath the Arctic waves, testaments to a heroic but doomed expedition. The story of the HMS Erebus is not only one of disappearance, but also of rediscovery and respect for the Arctic peoples whose memories helped unlock the mystery. The Inuit testimony, passed down through generations, detailed encounters with survivors and sightings of the stranded vessels, bridging cultures and histories in a profound way. The wreck sites themselves are protected archaeological parks, guarded against unauthorized disturbance, and studied meticulously to piece together fragments of the past. Underwater explorations have unveiled fascinating insights into 19th century ship design, ice navigation techniques, and the daily reality aboard expeditionary vessels. Researchers analyze everything from the ship's hull to glassware and clothing fibers, reconstructing a frozen world beneath layers of ice and time. Beyond the steel and the artifacts lies the heart of the story: the men who sailed into the unknown, driven by exploration and empire, and the harsh inevitability they faced in an unforgiving environment. Many of the crew left behind written journals, maps, and letters that have been recovered over the years, fragments of voices from a lost age, echoing through the Arctic silence. Imagine the scene where the cold waves gently caress the icy remains of the Erebus, tucked away beneath the glimmering northern lights. Picture the frozen seascape stretching endlessly, punctuated by floes drifting slowly, nature reclaiming what time and human ambition once claimed. Hear the whispers of history carried on Arctic winds, the haunting echoes of a voyage marked by bravery and tragedy. As twilight descends over the polar horizon and the stars sparkle crisply in the clear Arctic sky, let thoughts drift to that remote shipwreck, a frozen testament to the price of discovery, the endurance of spirit, and the stories trapped forever beneath the silent depths. The rediscovery of HMS Erebus invites us to remember a chapter of exploration defined by hope and heartache, a journey lost in ice but found again through patience, respect, and a profound human desire to unveil the secrets of the deep. Part 8. The Vanished Treasure of the Fleur de la Mar. In the early 16th century, the vast oceans were the stage for epic ventures of discovery, conquest, and wealth like the world had never seen before. Among the many ships that sailed these uncharted waters, few stories are as shrouded in both grandeur and tragedy as that of the Flor de la Mar, Flower of the Sea, a Portuguese carrack whose fate has echoed through centuries as one of the greatest maritime mysteries and lost treasures yet to be fully uncovered. The year was 1511, a time when the Portuguese Empire was at the height of its maritime dominance, challenging the established powers with daring expeditions to Asia's fabled Spice Islands and far-flung kingdoms. The Flor de la Mar was a symbol of this imperial ambition, a massive ship, reputed to be among the largest vessels afloat in its era. She was built to withstand rough seas and to carry vast cargoes of precious spices, gold and silver that fueled Europe's appetite for exotic goods. Her most famous and ill-fated voyage began amid the backdrop of the Portuguese conquest of Malacca, a bustling trading port on the Malay Peninsula, critical for control over the spice trade in Southeast Asia. After the city's fall to Portuguese forces in 1511, the Flor de la Mar was laden with an immense treasure trove. The cargo reportedly included thousands of pounds of gold, precious gems, and valuable artifacts, spoils taken from Malacca's sultans and merchants, coveted riches destined to pad royal coffers back in Lisbon. However, the ship's voyage homeward was plagued by misfortune from the start. Overloaded and heavily burdened, the Flor de la Mar struggled against the monsoon-swollen seas and the treacherous waters around the Malay archipelago. Storm after storm battered the ship, testing the limits of her design and the fortitude of her crew. Eventually, near the island of Sumatra, the Flor de la Mar encountered a violent cyclone. The ferocious tempest overwhelmed the ship, and despite desperate efforts, she foundered off the coast and sank into the restless depths of the Strait of Malacca. What makes the Flor de la Mar's story especially haunting is not just the loss of life and the ship itself, but the legendary cargo, riches that are said to have exceeded any treasure recovered from shipwrecks of the period. For centuries, the wreck has been the subject of speculation, whispers of gold sunken beneath the waves tantalizing adventurers and historians alike. The treasure is often described as one of the greatest lost hoards, the mother lode of maritime wonders, carrying wealth that could alter the fortunes of nations if found. Over the years, countless expeditions have sought to locate the Flor de la Mar's final resting place. But the region's complex oceanography, shifting sands, and dense underwater terrain have conspired to keep the wreck hidden. The waters off the coast of Sumatra are notorious for strong currents and murky visibility, and despite advances in sonar and deep-sea exploration technology, the ship remains elusive, like a ghost in the mist, guarding its golden heart. Legends among local fishermen and coastal communities speak further of eerie sightings and strange lights in the waters near the supposed wreck site, fueling myths that the Flor de la Mar's lost treasure is protected by restless spirits or maritime curses. Some tales even tell of fishermen finding ancient coins in their nets or divers mysteriously disappearing when venturing too close to the depths. Beyond the allure of gold and jewels, the Flor de la Mar holds an enduring place in maritime history. She represents the peak of early European naval engineering and the intertwined ambitions of empire, commerce, and conquest during the Age of Discovery. Her sinking not only robbed Portugal of immense wealth, but also marked a cautionary tale about greed, overreach, and the merciless power of the sea. Despite the ship's disappearance beneath the waves, the story has inspired art, literature, and a deep fascination among collectors and historians. Her story a haunting echo of the glory and peril that defined early ocean exploration. Researchers continue to study historical records, navigational charts, and even Malay folklore, piecing together fragments of information in hopes of unearthing clues that could one day lead to the Flor de la Mar. Imagine, for a moment, the scene beneath the surface in the warm tropical waters of the Malacca Strait, the tangled remains of the great carrack resting silently in shadowed coral fields, ancient timbers now enveloped in sea life, priceless artifacts scattered across the ocean floor, cradled by the dark, mysterious currents. Picture the immense treasure chests, still tightly shut after centuries, waiting patiently to release their secrets. The Flor de la Mar is more than a sunken ship. She is a shimmering symbol of a time when the world was young, when nations raced across oceans to claim fortunes and empires, and when the ocean's depths held treasures beyond dreaming. Her mystery invites us to ponder the vastness of history hidden beneath waves, the dreams that ride the tides, the fortunes that lie in wait, and the stories lost to time but never forgotten. As the sun sets on the horizon, and the evening breeze carries the distant cry of seabirds, let your thoughts drift with the currents toward that silent grave beneath the tropic waves, a monument to ambition, tragedy, and the eternal lure of lost treasure, waiting to be found once more. Part 9. The long-lost fate of the SS City of Cairo. In the early morning of November 6, 1942, the mighty SS City of Cairo was making her way across the vast, unforgiving Atlantic Ocean, sailing from Bombay to Britain. This was a time when the world was engulfed in the turmoil of the Second World War. Oceans had become deadly battlegrounds, lanes of commerce and survival threatened by hidden enemies lurking beneath the waves. The city of Cairo was no ordinary passenger liner. She was a civilian vessel pressed into wartime service, carrying more than just passengers and cargo. She carried stories, hopes, and the invisible weight of uncertainty. The city of Cairo was a grand British passenger ship, part of the Ellerman Line's fleet, designed in the late 1920s for smooth, comfortable travels between continents. On this particular voyage, she carried 280 souls, a mix of civilians, crew, soldiers returning home, and cargo crucial to the war effort. Rich goods from the colonies were stowed aboard, textiles, spices, and tin among them, vital for the industries back in Britain. Her schedule was to sail from Bombay, around the Cape of Good Hope, and then northward to London, a long, challenging journey in the middle of global conflict. But fate had different plans for the city of Cairo. On the night of November 6th, somewhere off the coast of West Africa, hidden in the dark water under the moonless sky, the German U-boat U-68, commanded by the stealthy Captain Friedrich Markworth, lurked. The notorious lifeline of the Axis naval war, U-68 was one of the most successful submarines of the conflict, haunting shipping lanes, striking swiftly, and disappearing without trace. When the city of Cairo's bow rose into the moonlight, Markworth made his move. A single torpedo pierced the night, striking the ship amidships with devastating force. What followed was chaos and courage in equal measure. The ship, though badly damaged, did not sink immediately. The crew scrambled to launch lifeboats and send distress signals, battling frigid winds and swelling seas. Passengers, stunned yet determined, worked alongside sailors to survive. The British Navy escort vessels nearby moved as fast as they could to render aid, but wartime dangers and distance meant rescue was uncertain and slow. Over the following days, the ordeal became a harrowing test of human endurance. Of the 280 on board, only 107 would eventually be saved. Lifeboats, many battered by waves and stormy winds, became islands of hope adrift in the vast expanse. Survivors faced exposure, hunger, and the merciless ocean, floating for days while rescue efforts scoured the waters. Some lifeboats drifted onto remote islands, or were plucked by passing ships, but many lives were lost to the sea's cold embrace. For decades, the exact location of the city of Cairo's wreck remained a mystery. The chaos of war, the secretive nature of submarine warfare, and the vastness of the Atlantic made pinpointing her resting place nearly impossible. The ship faded from memory to most, a tragic note in the symphony of wartime losses, yet overshadowed by larger histories. That was until the early 2000s, when advances in technology and a growing interest in underwater archaeology brought the city of Cairo back into focus. An international team of marine explorers, fascinated by the tales of the ship, its lost cargo, and the human stories still whispered by survivors' descendants, set out to find her. Using detailed wartime logs, survivor accounts, and reconstructed ocean drift models, they narrowed down the search area off Namibia's remote coastline. Modern side-scan sonar sweeps revealed anomalies, twisted metal, outlines strikingly ship-like. Unmanned submersibles ventured down over a mile into the dark Atlantic, their cameras revealing haunting images. The rusted bow of a passenger liner, encrusted with barnacles, with remnants of lifeboat davits still visible. The cold Atlantic currents had preserved much, the deep sea offering a somber but surprisingly complete snapshot of that fateful night. The discovery sparked worldwide interest. The wreck lay perilously close to underwater cliffs, and marine conditions made diving hazardous, but the site became a poignant underwater memorial. Artifacts salvaged, though limited due to conservation concerns, included fragments of personal effects, a battered pocket watch, a worn leather shoe, fragments of children's toys, and shipping manifests that told the story of the cargo, tins, textiles, and wartime supplies frozen in their final voyage. But more than the material relics, it was the discovery of the human story that captured hearts. Letters recovered from families, survivor diaries, and oral histories were woven together, connecting the past to the present. Stories of courage under fire, of crew members sacrificing their own safety to save passengers, and of strangers helping each other amid the vast solitude of the ocean. The sinking of the city of Cairo also offered a window into the dangers of maritime travel during wartime. It affirmed the relentless peril merchant and passenger ships faced from the seas themselves and from the deadly silent threat of submarines. The story echoed throughout naval history, a gentle but somber reminder of the civilian cost of global conflict. Today, the city of Cairo's resting place lies quietly beneath the Atlantic waves, a solemn guardian of its stories. Marine archaeologists collaborate with historians and governments to protect the site, acknowledging its importance both as a war grave and an archaeological treasure. Museums have hosted exhibitions dedicated to the city of Cairo's story, presenting the bravery and tragedy of those lost, and the unfolding journey of rediscovery beneath the waves. Imagine now the cold currents swirling gently over the rusted timbers of the city of Cairo, her form slowly succumbing to the sea, but her story alive and vibrant in memories and history. The ocean's vastness may have swallowed the ship, but it cannot extinguish the light of human resilience shining through darkness and time. As the night deepens and waves murmur softly against unseen shores, picture the city of Cairo lying in silent vigil, an enduring emblem of courage lost, hope clinging to the horizon, and the persistent call to remember those whose final voyage rests deep beneath the rolling sea. Part 10. The rediscovered legacy of the German battleship Bismarck. In the midst of the Second World War, when the fate of oceans and continents hung delicately in the balance, the German battleship Bismarck emerged as one of the most formidable and feared warships ever to sail the seas. Her story is a dramatic saga of power, pursuit, and ultimate loss, a maritime legend that lay hidden beneath the cold, dark waves of the North Atlantic for more than half a century before her wreck was finally found, revealing the haunting remnants of one of the last great naval confrontations of the era. Launched in 1939, the Bismarck was a behemoth of steel and firepower, designed to dominate the seas and challenge Allied naval supremacy. At over 800 feet in length, with 8 massive 15-inch guns capable of firing shells over 20 miles, and highly advanced armor plating, she was a symbol of Nazi Germany's naval ambitions. Her size, speed, and armament made her a near-impervious opponent, a floating fortress that inspired both awe and dread. In May 1941, the Bismarck was deployed on her maiden battle cruise, tasked with disrupting Allied shipping routes across the Atlantic. Her mission was bold: to strike at the heart of Britain's supply lifelines, cutting off vital resources and forcing a shift in the tide of the war. Accompanied by the cruiser Prince Eugen, the Bismarck set sail from Germany toward the treacherous and unpredictable seas west of Europe. The first engagement came swiftly. On May 24, 1941, Bismarck confronted the British battlecruiser HMS Hood and battleship HMS Prince of Wales in the Denmark Strait. This clash would echo through history. In a matter of moments, Bismarck's heavy guns found their mark. A catastrophic explosion tore through the Hood, igniting her magazines and sinking her within minutes. Of her 1,418 crew, only 3 survived. The loss was a devastating blow to Britain's morale, igniting a relentless pursuit of the German battleship. The Royal Navy launched an extensive manhunt for the Bismarck, a race against time and ocean expanse. Numerous destroyers, cruisers, and battleships scoured the North Atlantic, led by the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal, whose spotter planes spotted the elusive Bismarck. The pursuit culminated on May 27, 1941, in a fierce naval battle south of Iceland. British forces battered the Bismarck with sustained gunfire and aerial torpedoes. Despite fierce resistance, the ship suffered fatal damage. Reports suggest her crews scuttled the vessel to prevent capture, and she sank beneath the waves with most of her crew lost to the cold sea. For decades, the exact resting place of the Bismarck was unknown, a shadow beneath the waves, guarding the secrets of that climatic battle. The North Atlantic is a vast and unforgiving expanse, with deep waters and unpredictable weather that thwarted many attempts to locate the wreck. For survivors, historians, and naval enthusiasts alike, the Bismarck remained a symbol of wartime lost glory and the dangers of the deep ocean. Then, in 1989, after years of searching, the wreck of the Bismarck was finally discovered by Dr. Robert Ballard, the same explorer who would later locate the Titanic. Using sophisticated sonar and deep-sea submersibles, Ballard's team pinpointed the ship approximately 600 miles west of Brest, France, lying in two main sections at a depth of about 4,791 meters, over 3 miles beneath the surface. The initial images from the dives were striking. The ship's massive hull lay broken but unmistakable, with remnants of her guns, anchors, and other superstructure still visible beneath layers of iron oxide and marine growth. The discovery was at once a triumph of modern maritime archaeology and a profound encounter with history frozen in deep time. Ballard and his team took meticulous photographs and gathered important data without disturbing the site, recognizing the Bismarck as a war grave and a memorial. What followed was a painstaking analysis of the wreckage, revealing new insights into the final moments of the ship and the brutal reality of naval warfare. Examination of damage patterns and wreck site distribution helped historians better understand how the ship was finally disabled and how her crew struggled in their last hours. Some parts of the ship showed the scars of torpedo hits, while others bore the blast marks from heavy shell fire. The scientific exploration brought greater clarity to events once clouded in wartime fog and propaganda. For many, the discovery of the Bismarck was more than the unearthing of metal and machinery. It was a homecoming of sorts. Families of those lost at sea found a deeper connection to their ancestors' sacrifices. Naval historians revisited the battle with newfound respect and precision, and the general public was reminded of the fragility of life amidst the roaring engines and thunderous artillery of war. The Bismarck's legacy continues on through museum exhibits displaying recovered artifacts, shell fragments, personal items such as medals and letters, and parts of uniform buttons, each a tangible touchpoint to the men who served and perished aboard that grand vessel. These relics allow visitors to reflect on the costs of conflict and the enduring mysteries of the sea. Imagine now, as you listen and drift, the shadowy silhouette of the Bismarck resting in eternal slumber beneath pressurized darkness, her steel ribs creaking softly with the slow pull of deep ocean currents. The cold Atlantic waves ripple above, carrying invisible echoes of engines that once roared, guns that thundered, and souls who dreamed of home but found peace beneath the waves. As night blankets the skies and stars punctuate the heavens, picture that immense wreck, silent and solemn, an underwater monument to strength, loss, and the enduring reminder that the sea holds both our triumphs and tragedies in its vast, unknowable depths. Here, history lies in wait beneath the foam and shadow, whispering the tale of a ship whose legend was forged in steel and fire, lost to time but found again through human curiosity, technology, and the compassion to honor those who now rest in the silent embrace of the deep. Part 11. The Forgotten Voyage of the MV Derbyshire. In the quiet years of the late 20th century, the world's oceans had long been traversed, charted, and mapped. Yet, in the vast expanses of the Pacific and Atlantic, mysteries still waited beneath the waves, silent and patient. Few shipwrecks held a tale as poignant and haunting as that of the MV Derbyshire, the largest British merchant ship ever lost at sea. A story of a modern vessel swallowed whole by nature's fury, and a quest for truth that would resonate beyond the tragedy itself. The MV Derbyshire was a formidable bulk carrier, launched in 1976 by the National Steamship Company, designed to transport vast quantities of iron ore and other raw materials crucial to the engines of global industry. At nearly 900 feet in length and weighing over 91,000 tons, she was a powerful symbol of global trade, a marvel of modern engineering tasked with bridging continents through the movement of goods. Her routes often took her across the world's most challenging waters, but it was in September of 1980 that the Derbyshire embarked on her last voyage, a journey from Canada to Japan, laden with over 240,000 tons of iron ore, a valuable and heavy cargo that tested even the sturdiest vessels. On the night of September 9, 1980, as the Derbyshire sailed through the typhoon-battered waters of the Pacific Ocean, things took a tragic turn. Typhoon Orchid was churning to a tempestuous crescendo, bringing monstrous waves, relentless winds, and a darkness thick with rain and spray. Communications from the ship suddenly ceased. Despite search and rescue efforts, no survivors were found. The entire crew of 44 souls, among them seasoned seamen and officers, vanished without a trace. the vessel herself disappeared beneath the angry ocean. At first, the fate of the Derbyshire was shrouded in uncertainty, a missing great ship lost in the swirling chaos of the storm. In those days, bulk carriers like the Derbyshire were workhorses of global commerce, often unheralded but vital to the world's progress. The loss was deeply felt among maritime communities, families, and the wider shipping industry. But the exact cause, how such a tremendous, seemingly robust vessel could be lost in a single event, remained a difficult and pressing question. For years, the Derbyshire's final resting place was unknown, her disappearance a ghost ship tragedy echoing through port towns and naval circles. The dramatic loss spurred engineers, insurers, and investigators to speculate. Was it structural failure? A catastrophic breach? The overwhelming force of rogue waves? The mystery demanded answers, not only for closure, but to ensure future vessels might be better protected. It was only in 1994, nearly 14 years later, that the ocean finally yielded its secret. A deep-sea survey conducted by the UK's Marine Accident Investigation Branch, aided by cutting-edge underwater remote-operated vehicles, located the wreck far beneath the waves, 5,000 meters down, off the coast of Japan. The Derbyshire was found split in two, scattered across the ocean floor, in a gruesome but telling tableau. Her enormous steel hull was crushed and twisted, evidence of a terrible sinking. Following the discovery, a meticulous and groundbreaking investigation delved into the wreck. Hundreds of hours of footage and detailed analysis revealed that the Derbyshire had succumbed to the tremendous forces of the storm. The prow had failed under the immense pressure of angry waves crashing over her bow, swallowing water by the shipload, causing flooding in the forward compartments. The weight of the iron ore, not evenly distributed in certain holds, put undue strain on the vessel's structure. As water infiltrated, the ship's stability faltered fatally. The report concluded that the Derbyshire sank due to structural failure caused by hurricane-force winds and waves. Yet this tragedy spurred broader industry changes. The lessons learned led to enhanced safety regulations for bulk carriers worldwide. New design standards enforced stronger hulls, improved hatch covers, and better drainage systems to prevent flooding. The Derbyshire's legacy, while born from sorrow, became a beacon for safer seas. The human story, intertwined with the steel and sea, remains undiminished. 44 men, fathers, brothers, husbands were lost, their lives claimed by an ocean both provider and adversary. Their memories live on in memorials, in ports from Liverpool to Tokyo, in plaques inscribed with names, and in the quiet remembrance of mariners who know the risks of the deep. The Derbyshire's story is more than a chapter in maritime disaster history. It is a haunting reminder of nature's might over mankind's creations. Despite modern technology and engineering, the sea's power remains unpredictable and absolute. Ships come and go, carried by human hands and mechanical marvels, but the ocean always holds sway in the end. Imagine the Derbyshire's frost-coated hull collapsing under the crushing pressure, the groan of metal giving way to the abyss, and the slow, inevitable descent into the cold dark. At the seabed, her remains lie broken but dignified, an underwater grave echoing with the silent voices of those lost. As you drift with the currents in thought, picture the vast blue expanse where the Derbyshire's story unfolded, a place where the storm rages, and below the wreck lies preserved, quiet, somber, a testament to resilience and loss. Her tale lingers on the ocean's breath, a solemn lullaby for those who brave the waters, a call to remember the fragility beneath strength, and the eternal bond between man and sea. Part 12. The rediscovered wreck of the Lusitania. In the early decades of the 20th century, as the world's great powers jockeyed for supremacy and the marvels of industry reshaped cities and lives, the oceans remained vital arteries of connection and commerce. Among the giants that ruled the waves was the RMS Lusitania, a Cunard Line ocean liner that symbolized luxury, speed, and modernity. Her story is one of glamour, tragedy, and a rediscovery that ties together history's deep currents and the human stories woven into the fabric of wartime. Launched in 1906, the Lusitania was a marvel of engineering and comfort, a floating palace designed to cross the Atlantic in record time. She was among the largest and fastest passenger ships of her day, boasting elegant dining rooms, lavish cabins, and the latest technology that made ocean travel not merely a necessity, but an experience of grandeur. For her owners, the Lusitania was a jewel of the sea, a statement of British pride and maritime prowess. However, Beneath the gleaming polished decks and the laughter of well-to-do passengers, the shadow of global conflict crept ever closer. The early 20th century was marked by rising tensions and a looming war that would redefine nations and redraw borders. When World War I erupted in 1914, the oceans became battlegrounds, and civilian ships like the Lusitania found themselves at risk amidst military strategies and blockades. On May 1, 1915, the Lusitania departed New York bound for Liverpool, carrying hundreds of passengers, including prominent figures, families and travelers from around the world. The voyage promised the usual mixture of excitement and comfort, but the Atlantic was no longer a safe thoroughfare. German U-boats prowled the waters, employing ruthless policies aimed at disrupting Allied supply lines. On May 7th, just off the coast of Southern Ireland, tragedy struck. The German submarine U-20 torpedoed the Lusitania, hitting her starboard side with deadly precision. Moments later, a second explosion, still debated by historians, whether caused by coal dust, munitions, or structural failure, rent the ship apart. The Lusitania began to sink swiftly into the cold Atlantic, sinking within just 18 minutes. The loss was staggering. More than 1,100 lives perished, including men, women, and children, turning a luxurious voyage into one of the era's most haunting maritime disasters. The sinking intensified public outrage, influencing countries like the United States, which had citizens among the dead, to reconsider their positions in the war. The Lusitania became a symbol of innocent lives caught in the crossfire of global conflict, a tragedy that echoed far beyond the ocean's waves. For years, the Lusitania lay undisturbed on the ocean floor, resting in about 92 meters of water close to the Irish coast. Its location was known, but the depths and treacherous currents made exploration difficult for much of the 20th century. The wreck, scattered and deteriorating, was protected as a war grave, honored by memorials and preserved in memory. Interest in the Lusitania remained strong, fueled by historians, descendants and maritime enthusiasts drawn to the stories of heroism, loss and bravery woven into its final moments. Yet the ocean's depths held their secrets tightly, as the wreckage gradually succumbed to corrosion, marine life, and shifting seabeds. Salvage operations were limited, with many advocates urging respect and preservation over disturbance. The real turning point in the Lusitania's rediscovery came with the advent of advanced underwater technology in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Remotely operated vehicles, deep-sea cameras, and side-scan sonar allowed researchers to explore the wreck in unprecedented detail without risking divers in dangerous conditions. Expeditions revealed haunting images, collapsed decks, rows of lifeboats forlornly hanging or lost, and glimpses into the ship's inner chambers, frozen in time yet ravaged by the sea. Among the discoveries were personal artifacts, silverware etched with family crests, fragments of fine china, and even letters preserved inside sealed cabins that connected us intimately with the lives aboard. Divers found pockets of treasures, locked safes, and remnants of goods, giving a clearer picture of daily life for passengers from all walks of life. These relics deepened understanding of the luxury once afloat and the sudden chaos as the ship went down. In addition to human stories, exploring the Lusitania has shed light on the broader naval operations of World War I. The wreck speaks to the strategy and risks of maritime warfare, how ships built for peace became targets, and how undersea technology altered the nature of conflict. The Lusitania's sinking exemplified the devastating consequences of modern warfare, reaching beyond traditional battlefields, touching civilians and global opinion alike. With each expedition, scientists and historians also better grasp how nature reclaims human endeavors beneath the waves. The ship's iron and steel are corroding, but marine ecosystems have taken root, turning the hull into an artificial reef teeming with life. Schools of fish gather within skeletal remains, barnacles and corals decorate her plates, and the wreck has become a silent habitat balancing decay with renewal. Today, the Lusitania remains protected by law, designated as an underwater cultural heritage site. Efforts continue to document and preserve what remains, blending respect for the dead, the thirst for knowledge, and the need to educate future generations. Museums around the world display recovered items, passenger diaries, photographs, and belongings that tell tales of lives abruptly altered by fate and war. As night falls and the ocean breeze cools coastal towns near Kinsale, imagine the Lusitania resting beneath the waves, a shadowed monument to innovation and tragedy, speed and vulnerability. Picture the carriage decks and opulent halls now dark and silent beneath a blanket of salt water, guarded by currents and time. Hear the faint echoes of the ship's whistles, mingling with the lapping waves and the distant cries of seabirds. The Lusitania's story is a somber melody of human ambition, conflict, and remembrance. It reminds us that beneath the tranquil surface of the ocean lies a complex world of memories, loss, and history's unyielding tide. It beckons us to honor those who sailed into the unknown, and to listen carefully to the whispers that the sea carries across the ages. Part 13. The Lost Treasure of the SS Republic. In the waning years of the 19th century, as the United States surged forward with the promise of industry and innovation, steamships were the vibrant arteries of commerce and migration, crisscrossing coasts and oceans with ever greater speed and efficiency. Among them was the SS Republic, a luxurious ocean liner embodying the era's spirit of progress. She was a proud symbol of American maritime advancement, one that would soon be etched forever into history, not for triumph, but for tragedy and rediscovery. The SS Republic was launched in 1853. At nearly 280 feet in length, she was designed for passenger comfort and reliability, outfitted with the latest advancements including iron hulls and side paddle wheels driven by steam engines, capable of crossing the Atlantic with grace and endurance. Over the years, she ferried countless passengers, carrying immigrants, travelers, and treasure alike between New York and ports along the American coast and the Caribbean. But the tale that made the Republic famous occurred in 1865, toward the final chapters of the American Civil War. She was transporting a precious cargo, an estimated $400,000 in gold and silver coins, a staggering fortune at the time, intended to fund government operations and stabilize currency supplies. The ship was also loaded with passengers returning home, sailors and cargo, brimming with the hopes and hardships of a nation in transition. On a cold January day, the Republic set sail from New York, bound for Savannah and beyond. Calm and promising weather soon gave way to the unforgiving reality of the Atlantic winter. A fierce nor'easter storm brewed, its icy gales and towering waves battering the vulnerable ship. Over several harrowing hours, the Republic battled the tempest, but the storm's fury proved too overwhelming. On the morning of January 24, 1865, the ship's hull began to take on water, and the decision was made to abandon her before disaster struck. Lifeboats were lowered, passengers and crew braving the storm's wrath under the bleak grey sky. The seas were merciless, the wind howled with a ghostly lament, and survival was a harrowing test of human endurance. Miraculously, despite the chaos and cold, most aboard were saved, the loss of life relatively low compared to other maritime tragedies of the time. Yet the Republic herself was left to her fate, drifting and then settling beneath the waves some 60 miles off the coast of Georgia. But it wasn't just the ship that was lost to the sea, it was also her priceless treasure, lying silent beneath layers of silt and salt water for more than a century. The gold and silver coins, minted in the mid-19th century and adorned with the eagles and stars of a growing nation, disappeared into obscurity alongside the broken timbers of the Republic. For decades, the SS Republic rested undisturbed, its story relegated to the dusty pages of maritime records and whispered as legend among local fishermen. Rumors persisted of treasure sunk somewhere beneath the shifting sands, sparking intermittent treasure hunts and wild speculation. But finding the exact location of the wreck was an elusive dream. Then in 2003, a team of dedicated explorers led by underwater archaeologist Steve S. Weems embarked on a mission to rediscover the Republic. Armed with modern sonar scanning equipment, magnetometers, and remotely operated vehicles, Weems and his team scoured the ocean floor off the coast of Georgia. Their efforts paid off when they detected a large anomaly buried beneath sediment, metallic signatures consistent with a substantial shipwreck and possibly her cargo. The excitement rippled through the maritime community as the Republic's resting place was confirmed, and with it, the hope that some of the lost treasure might still be recovered. Over subsequent dives, the wreck revealed itself piece by piece: ports, paddle wheels, boilers, and the haunting remains of cabins and cargo holds. Perhaps most tantalizing were the numerous recovery operations that brought to the surface a rich hoard of coins, gold eagles, silver dollars, and rare currency, dating back to the 1850s and 60s. The story of the Republic's treasure recovery offered not only material wealth, but a remarkable snapshot into mid-19th century America. Each coin bore marks of its era's craftsmanship, some worn smooth by circulation, yet still gleaming with the luster of gold. These artifacts connected treasure hunters, historians, and the public alike to a time of struggle and aspiration, where fortunes were made, lost, and found again beneath the waves. The salvage process was painstaking, as strong currents and murky visibility challenged divers. Preservation concerns also complicated matters. Salt water and biological growth had sheltered the wreck, yet also threatened to erode fragile remnants. Still, the recovered artifacts, meticulously catalogued and conserved, have found homes in museums and private collections, where they continue to evoke stories of sea voyages, storms weathered, and fortunes lost. But beyond the treasure lies the human element, the stories of the passengers who fled the Republic in lifeboats, the crews battling a winter storm, and the families who waited anxiously ashore, unaware of the fate of their loved ones and lost fortunes. Personal letters, newspaper accounts, and survivor testimonies piece together a tapestry of emotion and event, threading humanity through the cold metal and tarnished coins. The Republic's story also serves as a testament to the ever-evolving art of underwater exploration. From early rudimentary shipwreck searches to the use of sophisticated technology, the journey to rediscovery illustrates humanity's persistent curiosity and determination to learn from the deep. It is a reminder that beneath the ocean's surface lie not only treasures of precious metals, but also keys to understanding history, culture, and the human condition. Imagine now the cold waters of the Atlantic gently swirling around the sunken wreck, currents brushing over iron paddle wheels and timbers bowed by time. Envision the scattered silver coins glinting in the muted light, filtering from above, resting quietly amidst marine life that has claimed the ship as part of their habitat. Here, in the imagination, the echoes of steam engines long silenced, and the distant cries of seagulls that once greeted the Republic's departure on so many voyages. As night falls and your thoughts drift across those ocean expanses, picture the SS Republic lying in repose, a forgotten courier of history and lost dreams, now found again to tell its story to a wide world. A story of resilience, mystery, and the timeless dance between fortune and fate that plays out upon the seas. In this submerged relic, the Republic offers a beacon, a reminder that the waves hold many secrets. Some wait patiently, hidden beneath layers of time and tide, while others are rediscovered, shimmering once more in the light of human endeavor and remembrance. Part 14. The tragic tale and rediscovery of the SS General Slocum. In the bustling heart of early 20th century New York City, amid the clatter of streetcars, the hum of horse-drawn carriages, and the vibrant pulse of immigrant communities, the waterways bustled with ferries, tugboats, and passenger vessels. Among these vessels was the SS General Slocum, a grand steamboat that carried thousands of New Yorkers on Sunday excursions down the East River, a floating sanctuary where families, church groups, and friends sought respite and joy from urban life's daily grind. But one fateful day, the General Slocum's voyage transformed from a shining promise to a devastating tragedy, one that would haunt the city and the nation for generations. The General Slocum was launched in 1891, named in honor of Civil War General Henry Warner Slocum, a hallmarked figure of valor and leadership. This 250-foot sidewheel steamer was a mainstay of New York's passenger fleet, catering primarily to the German-American communities of the Lower East Side. Sundays, especially in summer, saw hundreds of families crowd aboard for trips along the East River to destinations like Glen Island off the Long Island Sound, a playground of amusement, picnicking, and laughter. On June 15, 1904, the General Slocum carried aboard a large group of nearly 1,400 passengers, most of them members of St. Mark's Evangelical Lutheran Church, embarking on their cherished annual outing. The weather was bright and inviting, the river shimmered beneath a welcoming sun, and spirits were high. Families spread blankets, children chased one another amid the decks, and hymns mingled with the sound of lapping water and the chug of the steam engines. However, just short of a mile upriver, tragedy struck with a suddenness that shocked all aboard. A fire ignited in a storage area where straw and oily rags were kept, a dangerous combination that quickly fueled an inferno unlike anything the passengers could expect. The flames spread with alarming speed, fanned by the steamer's own draft and the wooden components that made up much of its structure. Panic erupted, passengers scrambled for lifeboats and the safety of the water, but what followed was a horrifying cascade of failure. The General Slocum, despite being a passenger vessel, was scandalously ill-prepared for such an emergency. Lifeboats were rotted or missing, life preservers were brittle and ineffective, and the crew lacked proper training. The fire raged as the steamer tried to reach the safety of the shore, choking smoke filling the air and heat turning decks into blazing ovens. Many passengers leapt into the river, only to be trapped by heavy clothing or injured by debris. Others were left stranded on burning decks, caught between the fire and the water. In what became one of the deadliest maritime disasters in American history, more than 1,000 lives were lost that day, many women and children, seared into the collective memory of New York City. The tragedy shattered families and communities, casting long shadows over immigrant neighborhoods and igniting public outrage over regulation, safety, and accountability. Investigations revealed negligence in maintenance, incompetence, and an overall failure of maritime safety standards that led to sweeping reforms in passenger ship operations, reforms that redefined safety at sea for decades to come. For over a century, the SS General Slocum lingered in history books and in the hearts of descendants, its physical remains forgotten beneath layers of time, alongside the ever-changing waters of the East River and Gravesend Bay. The steamer's story became a symbol of disaster, human error, and loss, but the wreck itself had long eluded discovery, obscured by shifting currents, urban development, and sediment. Yet, as the 21st century unfolded, advancements in underwater archaeology, sonar scanning, and mapping technology sparked renewed interest in locating the General Slocum's resting place. Working with historical records, survivor accounts, and modern riverbed surveys, a team of marine archaeologists and historians set out to uncover the ship's final refuge somewhere in the waters off Staten Island and Brooklyn's southern shores. After years of meticulous research and underwater expeditions, the wreckage of the General Slocum was finally identified in 2017. Nearly 113 years after that tragic day. Lying at a depth of around 40 feet, much of the steamer's iron framework, engine parts and boilers remained, though heavily encrusted by rust and aquatic growth. The haunting outline of the vessel bore witness to the calamity. The site yielded remnants of the past, twisted railings, fragments of personal belongings, and artifacts that spoke of the lives lost in the fire. This rediscovery was poignant, not just a find of metal and wreckage, but a solemn memorial submerged beneath the river's current. Divers and archaeologists approached the site with reverence, cataloging the remains carefully and ensuring that the area was protected as an underwater cultural heritage site. In collaboration with descendants, local communities, and city authorities, efforts were made to memorialize the tragedy through exhibits, oral histories, and educational programs. The General Slocum story encapsulates the delicate balance between human ambition and nature's unpredictability, the vulnerability within technology and social systems, and the enduring need to remember those who perished. It is a tale that resonates far beyond maritime circles, a reminder of the costs of negligence and the resilience of communities in the face of loss. Today, in quiet moments, one can imagine the shimmering surface of the East River gently rippling over what remains of the SS General Slocum, a silent testimony beneath the water to a day of joy turned to catastrophe. The echoes of hymns sung aboard her decks, the laughter of children playing, and the cries of desperation intertwine with the river's steady flow, carrying stories of innocence, lost and lessons forever etched into history. As the sun sets beyond New York's towering skyline and the city lights flicker to life, picture the faded silhouette of the General Slocum resting beneath those waters, a ghostly monument to tragedy, human error, and the ceaseless effort to honor and remember. Her legacy lives on, quietly whispering across the currents, urging us never to forget the souls who sailed aboard that ill-fated vessel, and inspiring vigilance and care for those who take to the water today. Part 15. The rediscovery of the SS Mantola. In the chilly waters of the North Atlantic Ocean, where the seas often heave with the weight of centuries and obscure secrets, rests the haunting story of the SS Mantola, a a British merchant vessel whose disappearance in the midst of the First World War remained a perplexing mystery for nearly a century. A ship whose fate once faded into the cold depths, only to resurface decades later, through the persistence of discovery and the silent patience of the ocean. The SS Mantola was launched in 1915, built for the British India Steam Navigation Company, a line that specialized in long-haul voyages between the United Kingdom, India, and Africa, routes that wove the fabric of the British Empire's far-flung trade and communication. At just over 400 feet in length, the Mantola was designed as a cargo and passenger ship of sturdy construction, combining reliability with the capacity to carry goods vital for the war effort, alongside a modest complement of travelers and crew. December 1917 brought with it the darkest season and the heightened dangers of wartime Atlantic crossings. The German U-boat campaign was at its fierce zenith, a shadow war beneath the waves threatening to choke the lifelines of Britain's naval and commercial might. Merchant vessels like the Mantola sailed these waters under the constant threat of unseen predators lurking beneath the ocean's surface. On the night of December 9, 1917, the Mantola departed the port of London, destined for Montreal, Canada, carrying a cargo that was typical for wartime trade: grain, munitions, and vital supplies, as well as 150 souls on board, including merchant seamen, passengers, and a small security detail. The ship's course took her through the North Atlantic's perilous shipping lanes, a cold expanse dotted with convoys, warships, and the ever-present menace of enemy submarines. Just a few days into her voyage, near the coasts of Ireland and Scotland, disaster struck. The German U-boat U-81, under the command of Oberleutnant Sir C. Friedrich Guggenberger, spotted the Mantola and initiated an attack. A torpedo was launched under cover of darkness, striking the Mantola with devastating impact on her starboard side. Her hull was breached, water poured in rapidly, chaos erupted aboard. Despite the damage and the perilous conditions, reports from survivors testify to courage and order amid the dread. The captain ordered an evacuation. Lifeboats were lowered into the bitter sea, but bitterly cold waters and winter storms challenged the resolve and survival of those cast adrift. The Mantola, her fires extinguished and her decks abandoned, sank slowly beneath the waves, taking with her some of those brave souls and the cargo destined for a distant shore. The sinking of the Mantola was met with sorrow, but many rescued survivors relayed details that limited hope for deep investigation. The war was still raging, and priorities remained focused on ongoing naval engagements and protecting convoys. The exact location of the wreck slipped from public consciousness, regarded as another grim statistic in the vast ledger of wartime losses at sea. For decades, the Mantola's resting place remained unknown, whispered only in naval records and among maritime historians. It became one of many merchant ships lost in those murky battles beneath the ocean, a ghost fading with the tides. Unlike famous warships or luxurious liners, cargo vessels like the Mantola rarely captured the public imagination beyond their functional importance and the human tragedies recorded in casualty lists. Yet the story did not end in oblivion. Advancements in marine exploration technology, particularly throughout the latter half of the 20th century and into the 21st, led underwater archaeologists and salvage teams to revisit the North Atlantic battle zones with renewed focus. This area, teeming with sunken vessels, was studied not only for historical interest, but also to understand the human and environmental impact of the war. In the early 2000s, a dedicated team employed powerful sonar arrays, deep-water remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and detailed research of naval logs and survivor accounts to scour the ocean floor near the waters between Ireland and the Canadian coast. Their painstaking work began to reveal anomalies, metallic shapes and debris fields that suggested the presence of large shipwrecks. On a cold winter day in 2009, at a depth of roughly 90 meters, the team finally identified a wreck consistent with the Mantola's profile. The remains of the ship lay fragmented but identifiable, portions of the hull twisted by time and currents, bulkheads, the remnants of cargo holds, and sections of superstructure peeked out from under layers of silt and marine life. The eerie quiet below the waves was broken only by the hum of submersible propellers and the crackling signals of remote cameras. The discovery ignited a resurgence of interest in the Mantola's story, inspiring historians to delve into wartime archives, crew records, and survivor narratives. Artifacts recovered from the site over subsequent missions painted a vivid, if somber, tableau. Rusted fragments of naval equipment, remnants of personal belongings like cufflinks and pipes, and the occasional coin told of lives interrupted and trade routes severed. These items, heavy with history, were carefully preserved and studied by experts, shedding light on daily life aboard a wartime merchant ship. What made the rediscovery of the Mantola particularly compelling was its status as a testament to the silent service, the merchant fleets that bore the brunt of war's economic and human costs, without the glory attendant upon the combat fleets. The shipwreck became a symbol of the countless unnamed sacrifices of those who kept the wheels of war turning behind the battleship lines and dogfights above. Careful examination of the wreck also allowed researchers to better understand the events surrounding her sinking. The damage patterns, blast scars from the torpedo strike, and the dispersal of debris affirmed survivor accounts, while geological mapping of the site helped in constructing detailed models of the final moments. It became clear that the Mantola had fought hard to survive the attack, but eventually succumbed to the ocean's dark embrace. The site today is protected under maritime heritage laws, regarded not only as a war grave, but also as an underwater museum, a reminder that history rests not just in books, but in the silent depths where metal and memory entwine. Efforts continue to monitor and preserve the wreck from unauthorized disturbance, ensuring respect for those who lost their lives and for the lessons embedded in the wreckage. Imagine now descending into the cold Atlantic, descending slowly through the graying blue until the crumpled hull of the Mantola emerges from the silent shadows, a sunken sentinel, its rusted beams sheltered by the occasional swirl of fish and traces of coral. The ghostly outline of a once sturdy merchantman lies quiet, a monument not of battle glories, but of fortitude and sacrifice in times of turmoil. As the ocean's currents gently pulse around the wreck, think of the lives aboard, the crew navigating dark wartime seas, the passengers caught in history's sweep, and the unknown stories lost to the deep. The Mantola's tale is a tribute to the resilience of those who served behind the front lines, the vulnerable lifelines that sustained nations, and the enduring mystery that the sea holds patiently waiting to be revisited by those who seek to remember. And so, in the stillness beneath the waves, the SS Mantola rests, an unspoken ledger of courage, commerce, and the unyielding embrace of the sea, inviting us to listen closely to the whispers carried in currents that flow through time. Part 16. The long-submerged secret of the SS Anglo-Saxon. In the turbulent waters of the North Atlantic, where the fierce currents and restless waves have long swallowed countless vessels, the story of the SS Anglo-Saxon stands as a haunting testament to the vulnerabilities of early 20th century maritime passage, human endurance, and the long shadow cast by war beneath the ocean's surface. Nearly lost to time for decades, the Anglo-Saxon's tale is one of tragedy, survival against the odds, and eventual rediscovery, a layered narrative that resonates with the mysteries and perils of sea travel in an era defined by both industrial progress and global conflict. The SS Anglo-Saxon was a British merchant steamship launched in the early 1900s, owned and operated by the Transport Shipping Company. She was designed for cross-Atlantic commerce, ferrying goods between British ports and the bustling harbors of North America. At just over 300 feet in length, the Anglo-Saxon was the picture of Victorian-era sturdiness, outfitted with steel hulls and powerful triple-expansion steam engines typical of her class. She represented the backbone of the British merchant marine during a period when global commerce was expanding rapidly, but the threat of global conflict was never far from the horizon. When the First World War erupted in 1914, the seas quickly turned treacherous. German U-boats prowled the Atlantic, hunting merchant vessels to disrupt Allied supply lines, and the Anglo-Saxon soon found herself sailing in dangerous waters. Despite convoy systems and evasive routes, the unrelenting submarine warfare cast a dark pall over every voyage, turning what once was routine into a game of cat and mouse with death lurking beneath the waves. On March 28, 1916, the Anglo-Saxon set sail from Canada bound for London, roughly halfway into a journey that would become her last. Carrying a mixed cargo of timber, coal, and other resources vital for Britain's war effort, the ship also held a complement of crew, including officers and deckhands, men who had come to know the rhythms of the sea but had little anticipation of the horrors soon to befall them. Late into the night, somewhere west of the Isles of Scilly, the tranquility of the voyage shattered. The German U-boat U-28, commanded by Kapitän Lieutenant Georg Günther von Forstner, detected the Anglo-Saxon silhouette in the moonlight. Swiftly and silently, the submarine maneuvered into position, then fired a torpedo that struck the Anglo-Saxon's starboard side with explosive force. The blast tore through the hull, sending shockwaves through the metal frame and rupturing the ship's compartments. As water flooded in and the ship began to list, the crew scrambled into action, lowering lifeboats amid the chaos. The Anglo-Saxon was abandoned quickly, the men cast into the cold night, their lives suspended on fragile wooden boats swaying under a canopy of stars. The ship itself succumbed to the ocean's pull and disappeared beneath the waves, leaving behind only silence and the vast expanse of Atlantic darkness. What followed was an extraordinary tale of survival that defied the odds. Unlike many such sinkings that ended in heartbreak and loss, the majority of the Anglo-Saxon's crew found refuge in 3 lifeboats, despite the frigid temperatures and choppy seas. Over days that stretched into a harrowing week, these men battled hunger, exposure, and the vagaries of weather, drifting miles from their sinking. One remarkable aspect that lent itself to survival was the coordinated efforts between lifeboat crews. The officers' leadership and the unity of the men helped prevent panic, ration supplies, and maintain morale during the seemingly endless roll of waves. They navigated by stars and distant ship sightings, hoping for rescue that might not come in time. This hope was realized in a miraculous moment. After 6 days and nights adrift, a passing Dutch ship, the SS Batavia II, spotted the survivors and shepherded them on board, saving lives that might otherwise have been lost to the icy Atlantic. The story of endurance spread across newspapers and maritime reports, a testament to resiliency amid war's cruel reach. Yet despite the survival of her crew, the Anglo-Saxon itself was lost, with no exact coordinates recorded, and the ocean claiming her remains. The ship's fate faded into maritime lore. Over time, memories dimmed, and the wreck remained undiscovered, joined by many others whose stories hovered between history and legend. Decades passed before modern technology offered a chance to bring this long-submerged secret back into the light. In the early 2000s, the surge of interest in First World War maritime archaeology propelled a search for elusive wrecks scattered across the Atlantic. Researchers, equipped with detailed wartime logs, survivor testimonies, and advances in sonar imaging, began to piece together likely scuttling zones for vessels such as the Anglo-Saxon. The increasingly sophisticated use of remote-operated vehicles, ROVs, and side-scan sonar provided a new lens through which to scan the deep ocean's vast expanse. In 2007, after months of careful mapping and scans off the southwest coast of England, a sonar anomaly was detected, an outline consistent with a merchant ship approximately 300 feet in length, resting on the seafloor at a depth of nearly 70 meters. Exploration dives revealed twisted steel hull plates, remnants of the superstructure, and the eerie stillness of an ocean graveyard. Identification was possible partly through examination of the wreck's machinery, cargo remnants, and layout, matching descriptions and blueprints of the Anglo-Saxon. Artifacts recovered included fragments of coal and timber cargo, rust-encrusted deck gear, and items that spoke silently of the men who sailed her final voyage. This rediscovery was more than an archaeological triumph. It was the resurrection of a narrative, a poignant connection between past and present. The Anglo-Saxon's final resting place became a protected site, acknowledged as a war grave, and a solemn reminder of the price paid by merchant sailors during wartime. Furthermore, the story invites reflection on the often overlooked merchant fleets, whose role in sustaining nations was fraught with peril and unsung heroism. These ships and their crews faced relentless danger, serving as lifelines during global conflict, their sacrifices folded into the broader tapestry of war history. Imagine now, as you drift into thought, the silent silhouette of the Anglo-Saxon resting beneath the cold waves, hull fractured but dignified, rusted ribs framing a silent sanctuary where history sleeps. The ocean currents dance around her remains, carrying whispers of distant explosions, hurried orders, and the determined resilience of those who braved the harsh sea. As night falls and stars blanket the sky over the Anglo-Saxon's watery grave, picture the men on lifeboats, their gazes fixed on the horizon, guided by the fragile thread of hope. Listen, if you will, for the soft murmur of the deep, a voice that holds the memories of vessels sunk, lives lost, and the enduring human spirit woven into the fabric of the sea. The Anglo-Saxon's tale is a voyage through courage, loss, and rediscovery, a story from long ago that still reaches us today, inviting quiet reflection and remembrance beneath the ocean's endless expanse. Part 17. The rediscovery of the SS Georgiana. In the midst of the American Civil War, when the nation was cleaved in two, and the oceans became battlegrounds as much as highways of commerce, the story of the SS Georgiana stands as one both of daring ambition and silent mystery. A Confederate blockade runner, the Georgiana carried with her the hopes and desperation of a fledgling cause, a ship whose final fate slipped quietly beneath turbulent waters until nearly a century and a half later. Her rediscovery offers a haunting glimpse into wartime ingenuity, maritime peril, and history's patient hold beneath the sea. The year was 1863, and the conflict between the Union and the Confederacy was raging with unrelenting ferocity. The Union naval blockade aimed to choke the South's lifelines, cutting off supplies, crippling trade, and sealing off ports through which goods, arms, and hope might pass. Into this deadly chess game of strategy sailed the Georgiana, a sleek and swift steamship designed expressly to outmaneuver Union patrols. Built with speed and stealth in mind, she was among the most ambitious attempts to keep Southern fortunes afloat. Georgiana was commissioned as a blockade runner by the Confederate government, intended to slip through the Union's coastal cordon and deliver much-needed cargo to ports like Charleston, South Carolina. Her missions were fraught with danger, evading vigilant warships, threading narrow channels by moonlight, and racing against storms or suspicion. The ship was armed and armored lightly, relying on speed rather than firepower, a gamble that reflected the desperate embattlement of her owners. On March 19, 1863, the Georgiana set out from Liverpool, England, laden with a cargo of arms, ammunition, rifles, gunpowder, and other supplies critical to the Confederate war effort. The ship's steel engines whirred with urgency, the hull cut through the waters as she made her perilous crossing of the Atlantic, her crew seasoned and vigilant. All eyes were fixed on making it past the Union blockade and delivering their precious freight to southern ports where it could turn the tide. But fate was cruel and swift. As Georgiana approached the coast of South Carolina, near the entrance to Charleston Harbor, Union warships were waiting. The Union blockade proved impenetrable that night. Cornered by the USS Wissahickon and the USS Housatonic, both part of a squadron tasked with maintaining the chokehold, the Georgiana had little choice. In a desperate attempt to avoid capture, the captain ordered the ship to run aground on a sandbar near Maffitt's Channel. The Georgiana struck hard, the ship shuddered, and waves battered her beleaguered hull. Union forces opened fire, pounding the vessel with cannon shots as the crew scrambled to evacuate. Smoke and chaos surrounded the scene, a stark contrast to the cold precision of blockading warships. The ship quickly broke apart, her prized cargo lost to the sea and sand. The Confederacy's hopes for Georgiana were dashed in those hours, but the story did not end with the wreck. In fact, the ship's sinking added fuel to the fierce naval conflict along the southern coast. The Union kept up pressure, the Confederacy sought newer, faster runners. The Georgiana became a ghost of blockade running, a symbol of both audacity and futility in the face of overwhelming odds. For decades, the precise location of Georgiana's wreck was unknown, lost beneath shifting sands, tides, and the murky waters of Charleston Harbor. The exact resting place was debated among historians and divers for nearly a century, with only scattered artifacts and old maps hinting at the tragedy. Then, in 1965, marine archaeologists and recreational divers began meticulously exploring the submerged islets and channels around the harbor. After years of survey and discovery, they located a large wreck site consistent with the Georgiana's description, a tangled graveyard of timbers, iron fittings, and the telltale remnants of a steamship's machinery. Confirmation came as cannons, ammunition boxes, and machined parts rose from the depths, matching Confederate specifications. The rediscovery was a watershed moment in Civil War naval archaeology. The SS Georgiana was not just another sunken ship, she was a time capsule of rebellion and innovation, a floating chronicle of a nation's internal turmoil frozen in the seabed. Excavations and underwater explorations revealed a remarkable array of artifacts. Iron cannons and gun carriages lay encrusted but intact. Crates marked with Confederate insignias held remnants of munitions. Broken bottles of medicine and supplies scattered among the wreckage told quiet stories of human needs amid war. Even delicate fragments of the ship's hull, the steam engine components and wooden frames, offered insights into Confederate shipbuilding techniques and the technological constraints faced during the conflict. The site also revealed personal touches, small items like buttons, coins and fragments of clothing, suggesting lives caught on the cusp between hope and doom. These artifacts brought to life the crew who sailed the Georgiana, ambitious individuals riding the razor edge of survival. The significance of the Georgiana's wreck went beyond the material. It offered crucial information about naval blockade running, a world often shrouded in legend but rarely accessible in detail. Researchers pieced together the tactical challenges of evading blockaders, the routes taken, and the engineering adaptations that enabled these ships to slip past seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The excavation and preservation efforts became a balance between uncovering history and respecting the site as a maritime grave. Groups involved worked closely with local authorities to protect the wreck, mindful that beneath the sand lay not only a ship but a solemn reminder of lives entwined in conflict. Imagine now descending through green-tinged salty waters, the shafts of daylight dappling the seafloor as the wreck's shadowy outline emerges. The steam boiler, partially buried but unmistakable, anchors the site's memory. Around it lie scattered relics, rusted cannonballs, twisted fragments of hull, and the curious glint of relics once vital to a desperate cause. The SS Georgiana's story is one of human determination, the interplay of technology and warfare, and the capriciousness of fate on the sea. Her resting place speaks softly across the currents, not just of defeat but of endurance, ingenuity, and the deep currents of history that flow beneath the waves. As the sun sets over Charleston's harbor, and the moon casts its silver glow upon the water, picture the Georgiana resting beneath the gentle tidal sway, her silent hull guarding secrets of submission and rebellion, of courage and loss. Her whisper carried on the breeze, a story waiting patiently to be heard anew by those who listen closely to the ocean's ancient breath. Part 18. The rediscovery of the SS Hewitt. In the quiet, often overlooked corners of maritime history, there lie stories not of grand luxury liners or famous warships, but of workhorse vessels, those sturdy ships tasked with commerce, communication, and the connectivity that fuels civilization itself. Among these unsung heroes is the SS Hewitt, a merchant steamer whose disappearance in the early 1920s puzzled investigators and families alike, shrouding a tragic mystery in the misty waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Nearly a century later, her wreck was finally uncovered, unlocking a haunting chapter of endurance, loss, and rediscovery. The SS Hewitt was built in 1910, a 350-foot steel-hulled cargo ship owned and operated by a prominent American shipping company. Purpose-built to navigate the busy transatlantic routes, she regularly hauled goods between the United States and Europe, her holds filled with manufactured products, raw materials, and essential supplies vital to post-World War I reconstruction and booming industries. Though unassuming compared to the ocean giants of her day, the Hewitt was a reliable vessel, manned by a crew experienced in the often unpredictable moods of the sea. By December 1921, the Hewitt had set sail from New York City, bound for Genoa, Italy, carrying a crucial cargo of grain and textiles. The ship's 40 crew members were seasoned mariners, accustomed to winter crossings, familiar with the biting cold Atlantic winds and the occasional fury of storms. The journey promised routine passage, that is, for most voyages of the era. However, the voyage quickly unraveled into mystery. After the Hewitt passed the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, nothing further was ever heard from her. No distress signals, no reports of mechanical trouble, only silence across the airwaves and sea lanes. This sudden and unexplained disappearance sparked concern, leading to search efforts, but no trace of the ship or crew was initially found. Blackouts in communication were not uncommon in those days, and many vessels vanished beneath waves with little explanation, swallowed by the cold ocean's vastness. Months passed, with hope fading into resolve. The Hewitt was presumed lost, a casualty of sea storms, hidden shoals, or worse. Families waited anxiously, maritime officials penned reports, and the ship's vanishing became part of a growing list of disappearances in the perilous North Atlantic. But without wreckage or survivors, many questions remained unanswered. How had the Hewitt been lost? What had become of the crew? And where did the ship rest in eternal sleep? The theories ranged from the plausible to the speculative. Some speculated that icebergs roaming southward might have torn through the hull during violent winter storms. Others suggested a catastrophic boiler explosion or cargo shifting leading to capsizing. There was talk of rogue waves, the monstrous ocean walls that could rise suddenly and sink a ship in moments. Yet no definitive proof emerged, and the Hewitt's fate faded into the whispering currents of maritime lore. It was not until the dawn of the 21st century that hope revived. In the early 2000s, advancements in sonar technology, coupled with meticulous archival research, revived investigations into long-lost shipwrecks of the Atlantic. Marine archaeologists and deep-sea explorers began scanning areas aligned with last known ship positions, weather patterns at the time, and survivor accounts of similar disappearances. In 2017, after years of painstaking search efforts, the final resting place of the SS Hewitt was discovered off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada. At a depth of approximately 350 meters, a sprawling wreckage field was uncovered, revealing large sections of the ship's hull, crushed but recognizable beneath layers of silt and marine incrustations. Remote-operated submersibles sent back haunting images, broken deck planks, tangled rigging, and glimpses of the ship's bell lying amid the debris, a silent testament to the vessel's life and sudden end. The discovery electrified naval historians and maritime enthusiasts alike, bringing to light over 90 years of mystery. The site was examined with care, documenting the state of the wreck and piecing together clues to the final moments of the Hewitt. Analysis showed the ship had suffered severe structural failure, likely from a combination of violent seas and possible internal explosion, triggered by shifting cargo or mechanical failure. Among the recoverable artifacts were personal belongings scattered about the wreck, a battered pocket compass, an oil-stained cap, fragments of logbooks preserved by cold water, and rusted tools that once kept the ship running. These delicate traces gave voice to the lives on board, connecting us not just to a lost ship, but to the men who bravely faced the ocean's caprices aboard her decks. The Hewitt's rediscovery also provided a deeper understanding of the perils faced by early 20th century merchant mariners. While safer navigation, wireless communication, and weather forecasting have since transformed ocean travel, those earlier sailors braved an environment still wildly unpredictable. The shipwreck underscores the constant tension between man's ambition and nature's often unforgiving reach. Efforts to preserve the site balance archaeological curiosity and respect, as the wreck is officially designated a maritime memorial. Descendants and communities honor the Hewitt's crew, their sacrifice woven into the broader narrative of seafaring history and the ongoing story of human endurance against the sea's formidable power. Imagine, if you will, slowly descending through chilly depths, where cold currents stir sediment in ghostly clouds. The skeletal remains of the Hewitt emerge, a fractured giant resting in the ocean's cradle, timbers broken, metal corroded, but still telling tales in the hush beneath the waves. The quiet holds a profound presence, a space where time stands still and memories linger beneath the sea foam. As the pressure of the deep sea settles around this watery tomb, picture the crew's footsteps echoing faintly, a rhythm now eternal, silent in the abyss, yet alive in our remembrance. The SS Hewitt's story reminds us that even many years after loss, the ocean may someday yield its secrets, inviting reflection, respect, and renewal of the human connection to the vast, mysterious waters upon which so much has been built. And as the ocean whispers softly beneath the stars, let your thoughts drift to that lonely wreck, an emblem of courage, mystery, and the enduring bond between mankind and the deep. Part 19. The Awakening of the SS Montevideo Maru. In the vast and turbulent expanse of the Pacific Ocean, nestled between the indigo waters and shifting trade winds, lies a story etched in shadows, one of war, loss, and a haunting rediscovery that echoes across generations. This is the tale of the SS Montevideo Maru, a vessel whose sinking remains Australia's most tragic maritime disaster, its full story buried beneath endless waves until years later, when the ocean reluctantly revealed its sorrowful secret. The Montevideo Maru was a Japanese cargo and passenger ship, modest in size and unremarkable at first glance, yet it carried the weight of history and the lives of hundreds. Built in the late 1920s, she plied the bustling routes of East Asia, ferrying goods and people across waters that were becoming more perilous as conflicts stirred on the horizon. But it was during World War II, amid the struggle for control over the vast Pacific theater, that her fate took a dark and unforgettable turn. By mid-1942, the war had drawn scars across islands, seas, and shores. The Japanese forces had advanced swiftly, capturing territories and taking countless prisoners of war and civilians alike. Among this human toll were Australian soldiers and civilians swept into captivity after the fall of Rabaul on New Britain, a strategic stronghold in the South Pacific. The prisoners awaited transport, their future uncertain, aboard a ship they would never see again in safety. In June of that year, the Montevideo Maru was requisitioned by the Japanese military to carry prisoners of war and civilians. More than 1,000 souls, Australian and Allied prisoners, men, women and children, were confined in cramped, dark holds of the ship. Conditions were grim, with little food or fresh air, as the vessel set sail toward Hainan Island in occupied China, destined for forced labor camps far from home. The voyage was shrouded in secrecy, a hell-ship journey that concealed the prisoners from the outside world. The Montevideo Maru was unmarked as a prisoner transport, and thus vulnerable to attacks from Allied naval forces hunting Japanese shipping. This fatal anonymity would seal its fate. On July 1, 1942, as the Montevideo Maru crossed the Luzon Strait in the northern Philippines, the American submarine USS Sturgeon closed in. Unaware of the human cargo hidden within, the submarine's crew identified the ship as a legitimate target, part of enemy supply lines. In a single torpedo salvo, the Montevideo Maru was struck on the starboard side. Chaos and horror erupted aboard. The ship caught fire, flooding began, and the prisoners, locked below decks, were trapped helplessly as the decks tilted and the sea surged in. The crew, less numerous and better positioned, managed to escape, but the prisoners, more than 1,000 of them, were lost beneath the waves. The Montevideo Maru sank rapidly into the dark waters of the South China Sea, taking with her the hopes, fears, and lives of families shattered by war. For years after the catastrophe, the exact details of the Montevideo Maru's sinking remained murky, clouded by wartime secrecy, propaganda, and the sheer scale of suffering across the Pacific. The Japanese kept tight control over information. The Allies mourned but had little knowledge of the tragedy's full extent. Families waited decades without closure, as the ghost ship became a painful, silent memory. The search for the Montevideo Maru's resting place was hampered by vast ocean distances, limited wartime records, and the shifting nature of undersea geography. The wreck itself became something of legend, part mourned loss, part elusive mystery. Only fragments of stories filtered through letters, testimonies of surviving submarine crew, and post-war investigations pieced together its grim fate. Then, in the early 21st century, after decades of searching and renewed interest in the Pacific's hidden war graves, marine archaeologists and deep-sea explorers launched joint expeditions to locate the lost vessel. Using advanced sonar mapping, underwater drones, and precise analysis of historical naval records, they combed the complex and often treacherous waters between the Philippines and Taiwan. In 2023, a breakthrough came. At a depth exceeding 800 meters, in a remote corner of the South China Sea, the Montevideo Maru was finally located, her twisted hull resting silently beneath shadows and currents, a massive rusted scar amid the seafloor plains. The wreckage lay broken but recognizable, with outlines of her superstructure barely discernible through coral and marine growth. Images captured by remote-operated vehicles revealed haunting details: collapsed decks, scattered debris fields, and cargo remains. But most strikingly, the stark silence that belied the human tragedy contained within. The site was quickly designated a war grave, respected and protected from disturbance, as nations acknowledged the historical and emotional weight of the find. The rediscovery of the Montevideo Maru sent ripples through communities in Australia, Japan, and throughout the Pacific. Survivors' families, historians, and veterans groups saw this as a long-awaited reckoning, a solemn moment to honor the thousands who never returned. Memorials and ceremonies followed, with calls for greater awareness of the hell ships, the horrors of prisoner transport, and the unseen toll of maritime war. Beyond the raw loss, the shipwreck offers invaluable insight into the conditions of wartime maritime travel, how war blurred lines between combatant and civilian, how the vast ocean became a cruel arbiter of fate. The site serves as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by those trapped not only by enemy fire, but by the brutal machinery of war itself. Imagine now, drifting through the quiet depths as the dim lights of exploration sweep over the broken ribs of a once proud vessel. The currents carry silence, interrupted only by the gentle hum of marine life reclaiming this forgotten grave. The sea whispers stories of suffering, resilience, and the unyielding human spirit bound to ocean's embrace. As darkness envelops the waves, picture the Montevideo Maru lying in eternal watch beneath the restless tides, a watery monument to memory and mourning. Her story, though finally uncovered, still invites reflection on the fragility of humanity in conflict, the mysteries held by the deep, and the timeless duty to remember those lost on voyages that ended too soon. And so, as your thoughts drift gently from the surface to the ocean's floor, let the tale of the Montevideo Maru remind us all, beneath the tranquil blue lies a world of stories, of tragic, deeply human, and forever waiting to be told beneath the waves. Part 20. The haunting mystery and rediscovery of the SS Waratah's sister ship, the SS Yongala. In the shifting tides of early 20th century maritime history, nestled along the expansive coastline of Australia's east, lies a story as haunting as the ocean is deep, the tragic disappearance and eventual rediscovery of the SS Yongala. Though lesser known internationally than some famed shipwrecks, the Yongala's tale is one of sudden calamity, loss of life, and the lasting imprint of maritime mystery, woven into the very fabric of Australian folklore. The SS Yongala was launched in 1903, a modern steel passenger and cargo steamer owned by the Adelaide Steamship Company. Measuring some 300 feet in length, she was a marvel on her routes, connecting remote coastal communities and carrying passengers, mail, and vital supplies along the eastern seaboard of Queensland. Designed for speed and reliability, the Yongala was highly regarded, combining grace with practical utility as she traveled under the radiant southern sun. On Sunday, March 23, 1911, the Yongala set out on what seemed to be a routine journey from Melbourne to Cairns, making scheduled stops along the way. On board were approximately 120 people, passengers embarking on holiday excursions, business travelers, families, and a skilled crew who knew the vessel as an extension of themselves. The ship carried cargo as varied as wool bales, general freight, and provisions destined for isolated ports dotting the coast. The sea was uneasy that day. Weather reports had hinted at cyclonic activity forming in the Coral Sea, but warnings were sparse and forecasts less accurate than today's standards. As Yongala steamed northward near the Whitsunday Islands, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Cyclone Olympia, a ferocious tropical storm, bore down upon the coastline with relentless force. In the days following Yongala's departure, the ship failed to make any scheduled calls or signal arrival. Communication attempts went unanswered, and despite search efforts by the company and local authorities, no trace of the vessel was found. The ship vanished without a distress signal, without survivors, leaving families and communities stricken with grief and confusion. The magnitude of the loss shocked a young nation still forging its identity along sprawling coasts. The Yongala's disappearance stood as one of Australia's worst maritime disasters, with all aboard presumed lost. Over 120 souls, men, women, and children, were swallowed by the ocean's cruel embrace that March night, the details of their final moments locked away beneath the waves for decades. For nearly 60 years, the fate of the Yongala remained shrouded in mystery. Speculation abounded. Had she capsized? Had the cyclone capsized or driven her onto reefs? The vast and treacherous waters, reefs and offshore currents complicated search efforts. Despite piecemeal evidence, such as debris washing up along the coastline and survivor reports of similar storms nearby, the ship's resting place eluded even the most concerted endeavors. Interest in the Yongala's disappearance never waned. Maritime historians, divers, and storytellers kept the ship's memory alive, passing down tales of loss and endurance. The tragic poignancy of the event took root culturally. Local fishermen spoke in hushed tones of a ghost ship appearing near the site. Divers recounted flickers of movement where no fish should dwell, while coastal communities held yearly remembrances for those lost at sea. The breakthrough came unexpectedly in 1958. While undertaking a general hydrographic survey, a Royal Australian Navy team discovered a large wreck lying beneath the ocean just off the coast near Townsville, Queensland. Using sonar technology and early diving expeditions, the wreck was identified as the long-lost SS Yongala. The ship rested upright on the seafloor at roughly 30 meters depth, caught between jagged coral reefs and endless tropical depths. The ocean had preserved much, though time and nature had left their marks in rust and coral. Divers were greeted by a haunting underwater city, a skeletal framework of the once proud ship with decks succumbing to marine growth and fish weaving through cabins, boiler rooms and cargo holds. The fast-moving cyclone of 1911 had sent her to the seafloor so suddenly that many personal items, even skeletons, were found within the wreckage, silent testament to the lives claimed. Over subsequent decades, the Yongala transformed from forgotten tragedy to one of the world's most celebrated diving sites. The wreck's coral-encrusted steel attracted a profusion of marine fauna, schools of vibrant fish, majestic groupers, sea turtles, and even the occasional shy shark called the Yongala home. Each dive became a journey across time, a glimpse into history locked beneath shifting currents and pulsing life forms. Archaeological and historical studies of the wreck provided invaluable insights into early 20th century shipbuilding, the lives of maritime workers, and the brutal power of tropical storms on coastal shipping. Artifacts recovered ranged from navigational instruments and personal belongings to cargo crates, each telling a fragment of the broader story. Notably poignant were the discoveries of human remains, which led to sensitive memorial efforts, acknowledging the site as a maritime grave. The wreck was protected under Australian heritage laws, ensuring respect and preservation for those who perished, and for the underwater environment. The Yongala's story also highlighted changing attitudes toward maritime safety and forecasting. The cyclone that sank the ship led to more robust weather warnings and tracking efforts in Australia's tropical waters. It became a catalyst for improvements in early warning techniques, saving countless lives in future storms. But above all, the Yongala remains a powerful symbol, a stark reminder of the ocean's might and unpredictability, the fragility of human endeavor against nature's fury, and the enduring ties of memory carried across generations. Imagine now the deep blue waters off Queensland's coast, sunbeams filtering through emerald waves, illuminating the ghostly silhouette of the Yongala resting eternally in a coral garden of life. Hear the gentle lapping currents, the soft murmur of fish passing through rusted hulls, the quiet of decades past mingling with present-day wonders. As twilight descends and the evening hues wash the sky in gold and purple, picture divers descending into the calm embrace below, traveling not only through depths of water, but depths of history. There in the stillness, the Yongala's legacy continues, a silent sentinel guarding stories of ambition and loss, casting shadows that ripple gently with every passing tide. A voyage concluded, not by arrival but by quiet rest, a somber monument to lives intertwined with the sea's eternal rhythm, waiting beneath the waves to be remembered once more. Part 21. The Forgotten Tragedy and Rediscovery of the SS America. In the golden age of ocean liners, when transatlantic crossings were the epitome of sophistication and adventure, the SS America held a special place in maritime history. A grand vessel embodying elegance and modern naval engineering, she carried thousands of passengers across restless seas, weaving countless tales of hope, heartbreak, and discovery. Yet amid the glamour and grandeur, the fate of the America would become a somber chapter blending tragedy with mystery, an enigma that would rest beneath the waves for decades before the world would come to hear her tale once more. The America was launched in 1939, built by the United States Lines as one of the largest and most luxurious ocean liners ever constructed in America. She was a powerhouse of design and innovation, stretching over 760 feet in length and offering sumptuous suites, grand dining rooms, and spacious promenades where passengers could gaze over endless horizons. The America symbolized both national pride and the enduring romance of sea travel in an era when crossing the Atlantic was a major event, a blend of technology, style, and human connection. But the shadow of impending global conflict darkened her maiden year. With World War II erupting overseas, the America's role swiftly transformed. She was commandeered by the US War Department and converted into a troop transport, ferrying tens of thousands of soldiers, nurses, and supplies across dangerous waters, undertaking a massive and often perilous logistical mission. Her gleaming decks gave passage to the hopes of countless men and women bound for theaters of war. Stories of courage and sacrifice etched deeply into her steel. The America's wartime service was marked by peril. She survived enemy submarine threats, raging storms, and the ceaseless tension that came with crossing battle-scarred oceans. In one harrowing episode off the coast of Algeria in 1942, she narrowly escaped torpedoes from German U-boats, her skilled crew maneuvering through danger with fierce resolve. Each voyage carried a mixture of relief and dread, the solemn awareness that many who sailed aboard might never return home. After the war, the America returned to civilian service in the late 1940s, rechristened as a passenger liner once more. Yet her story was far from peaceful. In 1964, a tragic fire broke out while she was docked in New York Harbor during refitting. Flames ravaged her interior, leaving her gutted and severely damaged. Though efforts were made to restore her, the paint was peeling, her once gleaming corridors charred and silent. The America was declared a total loss. Many believed her story had come to an end, a grand ship defeated by fate and fire, but the vessel was far from finished. Sold to new owners abroad and renamed multiple times, the America's identity shifted, her illustrious past whispered behind new names and distant ports. Eventually, in the 1970s, she was bound for Japan to become a floating hotel and museum, a poetic homage to her former self. However, tragedy struck again. In December 1994, while being towed off the coast of the Canary Islands to her new berth, a violent storm broke loose. The America's towline snapped, and she was left adrift, a ghostly hulk caught between sea and sky. For days, the America drifted alone on the Atlantic currents. Efforts to regain control failed, and finally, the storm's fury drove her onto the jagged rocks of Fuerteventura. The collision was cataclysmic, a loud shuddering impact that ripped her steel hull open, sending spray and debris into the turbulent air. She settled heavily, listing and broken, the sea claiming her almost entirely. The great ship, once a symbol of hope and progress, was reduced to a derelict skeleton battered by winds, waves, and time. In the years that followed, the wreck became a haunting silhouette visible from shore, a maritime monument to the passage of time and the impermanence of human triumph. Locals told tales of the ghostly liner, her rusting bow exposed at low tide, her eerie presence inspiring curiosity, melancholy, and stories of romance lost beneath the moonlit waves. The America attracted adventurous divers and photographers who ventured beneath the churning waters to explore her decaying decks and fallen grandeur. The wreck site, dangerous yet mesmerizing, revealed beauty amid ruin. Corals cloaked the once polished rails, and schools of tropical fish darted through shattered windows and gutted corridors. Fragments of fine china, brass fittings, and aged wood remained, telling silent stories of lavish dinners and quiet moments on ocean crossings. Each dive was a journey back through decades, a whispered echo of the past framed by blue depths. Over time, the site drew the attention of marine archaeologists and conservationists. Efforts grew to preserve what remained of the ship while balancing safety and respect for a site that had become a cultural and historical landmark. Detailed surveys documented the America's final resting place, shedding light on the long saga of ocean travel, from opulence and war to neglect and nature's reclamation. The story of the America is more than a tale of steel and fire. It is an emblem of change, resilience, and the cyclical dance between human ambition and the forces that shape our world. Her voyages carried dreamers and soldiers, families and explorers, and her decline reminds us of the fragility beneath grandeur. Imagine now the waters off the Canary Islands, the waves softly rolling, sunlight dappling the glassy sea, shadows playing over the broken form of the America. Feel the quiet pulse of history in the currents, the whispers of engines and voices long gone. Picture divers slipping silently through the blue, tracing rusted beams and fleeting memories, touched by the solemn beauty of a ship whose story spans the heights of human endeavor and the depths of the ocean's embrace. As night falls and stars gaze down on the horizon, let your thoughts drift with the tide, carrying the America's legacy, where waves meet sky and stories lost to time patiently wait for the dawn. Part 22. The Silent Depths and Rediscovery of the SS Egypt. In the twilight years of the 19th century, the world was transforming at a dizzying pace. The age of steam and steel had ushered in a new era of maritime travel, where luxury, speed and ambition sailed hand in hand. Among the vessels that epitomized this golden age was the SS Egypt, a magnificent ocean liner that proudly bridged the waters between England and India, carrying passengers, parcels, and priceless treasures across the vast expanse of the seas. Yet, beneath her sleek silhouette lies a haunting story of tragedy, loss, and an eventual rediscovery that captivated the hearts of history lovers and treasure seekers alike. The SS Egypt was launched in 1897, built by the renowned shipbuilders Harland and Wolff in Belfast, the same yard that crafted the famed Titanic. Commissioned by the British India Steam Navigation Company, the Egypt was an elegant blend of power and refinement, designed to make the lengthy voyage between London and Bombay a smooth and reliable journey. She measured over 550 feet in length, boasting lavish accommodations and a steady, confident pace powered by triple expansion steam engines. Beyond her role as a passenger liner, the SS Egypt carried something even more valuable on many of her voyages: the wealth of two continents intertwined. Among her cargo were consignments of gold and silver destined for the banks and merchants of India, packaged carefully within her vitrified ceramic safes, substantial, heavily fortified boxes designed to withstand fire, theft, and the unforgiving sea. This treasure was a symbol of empire, commerce, and the endless flow of riches accompanying Britain's global reach. On May 20th, 1922, the Egypt departed from the bustling port of London, bound once again for India. Carrying dozens of passengers, mail, and a substantial cargo, including approximately 1.5 tons of gold bullion, the ship set sail with favorable weather, confident in a voyage made countless times before. But fate would intervene in ways both tragic and enduring. As the Egypt steamed through the Bay of Biscay, a region notorious for its capricious weather and turbulent seas, conditions worsened unexpectedly. Heavy fog rolled in, shrouding the ship's course in ghostly white, and the waters grew colder and more restless. On the night of May 20th, disaster struck. In the midst of this maritime murk, the Egypt collided with the French cargo steamer Seine, which had been navigating those fog-bound waters herself. The impact was brutal. The collision tore a massive gash in the Egypt's hull, causing her to take on water rapidly. The crew and passengers faced a nightmare unraveling in the dark, the ship groaning as seawater flooded compartments, lifeboats being prepared against the pounding waves, and the grim realization settling: the Egypt was sinking. Panic gave way to grim resolve as those aboard scrambled to save themselves. Thanks to the proximity of the Seine, which remained afloat and able to assist, the rescue operation was remarkably effective. Almost everyone aboard the Egypt was saved, with only a small number of casualties, a testament to the crew's courage and quick thinking in the face of calamity. Among the saved were passengers, crew, and crucially, custodians of the precious cargo. Yet, as the Egypt slipped beneath the dark waves in the cold Atlantic, her treasured safes did not accompany her calmly. The immense ceramic vaults cracked and sank with the ship, their secrets encased in shattered porcelain and the crushing pressure of the deep. The gold and silver bullion, resting in these impenetrable boxes, descended into the murky abyss, joining thousands of other lost riches scattered over centuries beneath the waves. For decades, the sinking of the Egypt was remembered as a maritime incident, a tale of collision, survival, and loss, but one whose treasure lay beyond reach. The Bay of Biscay's treacherous currents, foggy conditions, and the vast area to search made any salvage attempts extraordinarily difficult. Early 20th century technology offered little prospect for recovery, relegating the gold to myth and legend, whispered by treasure hunters. Interest did not fade. Historians and adventurers alike were fascinated by the Egypt's cargo, aware that beneath the waters might lie one of the most significant bullion wrecks of the modern era. Tales of the gold swirled through maritime lore, painting images of sunken fortunes and daring recovery. It was not until 1930, nearly 8 years after the disaster, that initial salvage operations began. A group of bold divers and engineers attempted to locate and raise portions of the treasure. Their work was laborious, hindered by the depths involved. The Egypt rested at approximately 120 meters, beyond the reach of most diving technology of the time. Moreover, the broken safes posed additional challenges. They were heavy, often shattered, and laden with precious metal difficult to extract. The salvors persevered. Over several years, using primitive breathing apparatuses and steel diving bells, they succeeded in reclaiming some of the gold ingots and artifacts. The recovered bullion was carefully documented and brought back to the surface, sparking international attention. Yet, much of the treasure remained trapped beneath layers of sediment and broken hull. In the decades that followed, advances in underwater technology, remotely operated vehicles, sonar mapping, mixed gas deep diving, opened new possibilities. Starting in the 1980s, modern expeditions returned to the Bay of Biscay to continue the Egypt's recovery, uncovering more safes, fragments of hull, and a spectacular array of artifacts. Cameras sent down to the wreck's cold resting place captured haunting images: shattered porcelain vaults encrusted with barnacles, scattered gold bars gleaming under artificial light, and rusted chains tangled amidst broken timbers. The recovery became a race against time. The shipwreck environment is harsh and unforgiving. Corrosion, currents, and marine life gradually erode and scatter remains. Yet, the Egypt provided invaluable opportunities to study 20th century marine salvage techniques, treasure conservation, and to reflect on maritime history connected to colonial trade and finance. The story of the Egypt became a bridge connecting modern treasure hunting with historical narrative. The journey to reclaim the gold was not merely about wealth. Each recovered artifact told a story of craftsmanship, trade, and the intricate network linking Europe and India's economic centers. Historical documents and manifests, recovered from debris or archives, illustrated the scale of global commerce and the risks entailed in crossing the sea. Moreover, the Egypt story highlighted the human element: passengers who survived, crew who braved the collision and sinking, and divers who risked their lives to reach depths once thought unreachable. It was a narrative not just of loss, but of endurance and determination. Imagine now the cold depths of the Bay of Biscay, waves far above churning under grey skies. Beneath, at a depth where sunlight fades and pressure mounts, lies the broken remains of the Egypt, encrusted with life and shadow. Metal beams twist among porcelain shards, sunken gold glints faintly where sediment has shifted. Hear the quiet hum of modern submersibles, the slow dance of robotic arms teasing treasures from their slumber, the breathless anticipation of discovery. Picture the stalwart divers descending through chilled water, each moment a silent communion with history's hidden depths. As night falls across the ocean's vast expanse and stars shimmer overhead, the Egypt rests, a monument to an era defined by ambition, risk, and the unyielding call of the sea. Her tale of collision and survival, of lost wealth waiting patiently beneath waves, beckons us to ponder the fragile line between fortune and fate. And so, as your thoughts drift beneath the rolling tides, remember the Egypt, the ship that bridged worlds, whose treasure for nearly a century lay silent in the deep, now a testament to history's endurance and the endless mysteries cradled by the ocean's embrace. Part 23. The Lost Convoy and Rediscovery of the SS Port Maria. In the vast expanse of the North Atlantic during the turbulent days of the Second World War, when the fates of countries and millions were hung upon the fragile thread of supply lines, countless ships sailed under the threat of enemy submarines, mines, and storms. Among these, the SS Port Maria stands as a somber testament to the countless merchant vessels whose stories were nearly erased by time and tragedy, until fate and human determination reunited them with the world decades later. The Port Maria was a British cargo steamship, modest yet sturdy, built in the 1920s for the Canadian Pacific Steamship Company. Measuring nearly 400 feet in length, she was typical of the merchant fleet that formed the backbone of the Allied war effort, transporting essential goods, food, and raw materials from the New World to the embattled islands of Europe. Though not a warship, her role was critical and perilous, for every crossing of the Atlantic risked interception by lurking German U-boats eager to choke the flow of supplies. In late November 1942, the Port Maria was part of convoy on 150, a large assembly of merchant ships and their naval escorts, threading through the icy waters from Liverpool to North America. The convoy system was instituted as a vital protective strategy, grouping vulnerable vessels with warships equipped to fend off attacks and coordinate defense. Yet, even with escorts, dangers abounded. The Dark Ocean was a battlefield where stealth, strategy, and tragedy intertwined. On November 29, 1942, under chilly, overcast skies, the Port Maria and her fellow convoy members were several days into their arduous crossing. Weather was rough, with swells rocking the ships and visibility hampered by a thick fog that seemed to cloak their passage in an uncertain hush. Untethered from the safe harbor of homeland ports, these ships relied on vigilance, coordination, and a dash of luck to see them through the miles of hostile expanse. But on this fateful night, disaster struck. Without warning, the German submarine U-254, a stealthy predator of the depths, torpedoed the Port Maria. The explosive charge ripped through the ship's hull, breaching the otherwise resilient steel and igniting chaos. Water poured into the vessel's hold, the engines sputtered, and the ship began listing dangerously as the crew scrambled to respond. Immediately, distress signals were transmitted, and nearby escorts converged, but the damage was too severe, and the Port Maria sank rapidly into the cold Atlantic dark. In the ensuing panic, lifeboats were launched, men fished from icy waters, exchanging survival grimaces that spoke volumes amidst the chaos. In the cold, nearly half the crew were lost, victims of exposure and the ocean's merciless clutch. For months and years, the Port Maria became one more name in the grim tally of wartime merchant losses, a silent grave beneath the waves. Its exact resting place was unconfirmed. The rough waters and shifting seabed hid the vessel like a ghost refusing to be found. The war raged on, and the stories of countless ships like the Port Maria faded into fragmented memory, preserved only in official records and the hearts of survivors and families. After the war, efforts to locate sunken ships increased, both for reasons of historical reckoning and salvage. But the North Atlantic remained a vast labyrinth of wrecks, many resting in icy waters too deep or treacherous for extensive exploration, until advances in marine technology brought new hope. Fast forward to the late 1990s, when an international team of marine archaeologists and deep-sea explorers, equipped with multi-beam sonar, magnetometers, and remotely operated vehicles, undertook a comprehensive survey of known convoy routes. Their goal was to identify wrecks associated with wartime convoys, preserve historical memory, and protect war graves. As their search grid expanded across the seafloor, anomalies appeared, metallic shapes, outlines suggestive of large vessels lying quietly in the sediment. At a depth exceeding 70 meters, between the coasts of Ireland and Newfoundland, they located a substantial wreck matching the profile of the Port Maria. The ship lay upright but battered, the rusted hull partially collapsed after decades of decay. Images from ROV-mounted cameras revealed twisted deck structures, broken cargo hatches, and remnants of the ship's superstructure, a melancholy monument submerged in near-perpetual twilight. Subsequent dives uncovered personal artifacts, a compass encrusted in coral, a tattered lifebuoy marked with the ship's name, fragments of clothing buttons, and sections of cargo hold still bearing traces of wartime goods. The sight spoke eloquently of life aboard a merchant vessel under siege, the pressure of duty, the threat of death, and the perseverance carried in every bolt and plank. The discovery of the Port Maria's wreck rekindled interest in the convoy battles that defined much of the maritime war in the Atlantic. Scholars revisited wartime logs, survivor statements, and German U-boat patrol records, attempting to reconstruct the final hours of the ship. Analysis of damage patterns on the wreck helped confirm the torpedo strike locations and suggested the sinking's rapid tempo, corroborating eyewitness accounts. Moreover, the wreck became a poignant symbol of the silent service of the merchant marine, the men who braved the ocean's fury and enemy fire without fanfare, often forgotten in the broader vista of war. Their sacrifice was crucial to the Allied victory, and the Port Maria stands as a floating memorial to their courage and tragedy. Preservation efforts ensued, with the site designated both a marine protected area and a war grave under international agreements. Careful cataloging continued, with veteran organizations and historians stressing respect for the sanctity of the resting place, while educating the public on the hard-fought battles beneath the waves. The human stories connected to the Port Maria endure in letters, journals, and oral histories passed by families. Tales of faith, loss, camaraderie, and survival form an emotional thread linking today's generations to those long at sea. From the decks of the Port Maria to the cold undercurrents where she rests, the narrative of bravery and sacrifice resonates with timeless strength. Imagine, now, descending beneath the Atlantic's waves in the muted light of deep-sea exploration. The wreck of the Port Maria looms large, a cavern of shadows and metal where time itself seems suspended. Feel the pulse of history in the quiet, the gentle sway of currents brushing past barnacle-covered railings and broken masts. Hear, if you listen closely in your heart, the echo of voices raised in defiance of fear, hands working tirelessly against disaster, and the calm resolve of sailors who dared to make the dangerous crossing. As the deep Atlantic night stretches endlessly, picture the Port Maria lying silently beneath the waves, her story rediscovered but her sacrifice forever etched in the salt and shadow. She rests now as a solemn monument to those who ventured beyond the horizon, to the enduring mystery of the sea, and to the fragile dance of life and loss that every voyage carries within its heart. Part 24. The mysterious fate and rediscovery of the SS Princess Sophia. In the quiet stillness of the early 20th century, when the rugged coasts of Alaska were only beginning to be stitched together by steamships and ferries, the SS Princess Sophia carved her way into history, a story woven with promise, peril, and the relentless power of the North Pacific. For years, the ship was known as a reliable link connecting remote communities and serving as a lifeline through a wild and unforgiving region. Yet her final voyage would become one of the most tragic and haunting maritime disasters in the history of the American Northwest, a mystery lost beneath freezing waves until the sea finally revealed its sorrowful secret decades later. The Princess Sophia was a grand coastal steamship, launched in 1911, owned by the Canadian Pacific Railway. She was built to traverse the challenging waters between Vancouver and Alaska's inside passage ports, comfortably carrying passengers, mail, and cargo along treacherous routes, lined by jagged fjords and icy passageways. Over 300 feet long, with elegant cabins and dependable engines, the ship served as a symbol of connection and civilization in a landscape marked by wilderness and isolation. For years, the Princess Sophia navigated unpredictable tides, dense fogs, and shifting glaciers, ferrying miners, settlers, traders, and families moving north in search of prosperity. The ship's creaky whistles and steady engines became fixtures in towns such as Skagway, Juneau, and Whitehorse, words spoken with warmth and admiration by those who looked to the sea for sustenance and escape. But in October 1918, the Princess Sophia embarked on what should have been another routine passage, one that would instead become a chapter defined by tragedy, endurance, and loss. On October 23, 1918, just days after the armistice ending the Great War had been signed, the Princess Sophia departed Skagway, Alaska, bound south toward Vancouver. On board were over 350 passengers and crew, miners returning home, families journeying to new opportunities, and steadfast mariners who trusted the ship to bring them safely through the often turbulent waters. The weather that day was ominous. Thick fog blanketed the coast, obscuring every landmark, while raging winds and swelling seas churned with restless energy. The North Pacific, even in late autumn, could transform from a placid landscape into a tempestuous battleground between man and nature. The long journey ahead promised no reprieve. As the Princess Sophia steamed south, conditions worsened, and the ship's captain chose to shelter for the night in the narrow Lynn Canal near Vanderbilt Reef, a notorious hazard marked by submerged rocks perilously close to the surface. Navigational aids were few, visibility was nearly nil, and the fog hung like a curtain, cutting off even the sound of waves crashing against the shore. At approximately 3 a.m. on October 25th, disaster struck. With only the dim glow of lanterns and the faintest outlines to guide her, the Princess Sophia ran aground on Vanderbilt Reef. The immense ship settled hard on the jagged rocks, her hull breached, and the hull plating torn open by unforgiving stone. Inside, panic and confusion rippled quickly. Though the impact was violent, the ship remained perched precariously, its decks tilting but intact. Passengers scrambled to hold their ground as the sea slapped against the vessel, the cold biting through clothes and steel. Yet uncertainty reigned. The rocky reef was exposed at low tide but submerged at high water, with brutal waves pounding relentlessly. For hours, rescue efforts were hampered by the fog and the growing storm that accompanied the tragedy. Nearby vessels tried to reach the stranded ship, but heavy winds and dangerous waters thwarted every attempt. The stranded group faced terrible choices: wait on the ship or brave treacherous waters in lifeboats, designed more for calm harbors than storm-lashed rocky straits. The situation deteriorated quickly. As the Alaska night deepened, winds climbed and waves swelled to monstrous heights, breaking upon the battered Princess Sophia with unyielding fury. Those still aboard faced freezing temperatures, exhaustion, and the encroaching threat of the sea's assault. In a tragic crescendo shortly after dawn on October 25th, the ship was battered loose from the reef by the relentless tides, capsizing quickly into the icy depths. The entire complement of passengers and crew, more than 350 souls, was lost to the cold embrace of the Pacific, swallowed by towering waves and unforgiving currents. No one survived. The Princess Sophia disaster was instantly recognized as one of the worst maritime tragedies in the North American coastal waters, yet the precise details of her final resting place remained shadowed by uncertainty. The knowledge of where the great ship had settled on the ocean floor vanished almost as quickly as her lights underwater. For decades, aside from scattered debris washing ashore and fading eyewitness accounts, the ship's grave remained a mystery, hidden and protected by the remote and often violent marine environment of the region. This silence was eventually broken by modern technology and the growing field of underwater archaeology. In the late 20th century, increased interest in the maritime history of Alaska, coupled with the development of deep-sea sonar imaging and underwater remote-operated vehicles, ROFOs sparked expeditions to search for the Princess Sophia's wreck. Surveying the waters near Vanderbilt Reef with sonar, teams identified several promising anomalies on the sea floor, located approximately 90 meters deep. Explorations in the 1980s and 1990s brought hushed revelations. The ship's broken hull was found scattered across a seafloor shadowed by sediment and sea life. Sections of the keel, boilers and hull plates were unearthed, alongside countless personal artifacts, buttons, shoes and pieces of luggage, sleeping in silent testimony to the tragedy that had unfolded a century before. The remote video footage revealed a frozen, haunting tableau, the great ship splintered, broken, but still exuding the dignity of a once proud vessel. Corals clung to metalwork, schools of fish darted through the wreck's skeletal halls, making their home in the cold silence. The rediscovery not only gave confirmation to previously speculative maps, but restored the Princess Sophia to collective memory. Archaeologists and historians carefully documented the site, balancing the desire for knowledge with deep respect for what was a large maritime grave. The Princess Sophia's story goes beyond the somber facts of wreckage and loss. It speaks to the courage of those who sailed treacherous northern seas, the frailty of technology against nature's wild forces, and the endurance of community in the face of unimaginable loss. It underscores the challenges of navigation in early 20th century Alaska, where fog, currents, and jagged reefs wove a perilous environment. Memorials now stand in coastal towns, honoring those lost on Vanderbilt Reef. Descendants gather to recall ancestors while remote expeditions continue to shed light on the region's maritime past. Imagine now drifting through icy waters, the muffled hum of submersibles piercing the cold darkness. Beneath the waves lies the Princess Sophia, her broken form a solemn monument to hope, loss, and the complex relationship between humanity and the sea's relentless power. As twilight softens over Alaska's horizon and the northern lights shimmer faintly above, picture the wreck resting quietly beneath layers of sediment and sea life, a ghostly presence stirring gently with the tides, waiting patiently to tell her story to those who listen long and listen well. The Princess Sophia's tale is a melancholy melody of endurance and inevitability, echoing through the fog and waves, a reminder that beneath the vastness of the ocean lies both the promise and the peril of every journey we undertake. Part 25. The Lost Journey and Rediscovery of the SS City of Bombay. In the early decades of the 20th century, the vast maritime routes connecting colonial India to the wider British Empire pulsed with ceaseless activity. Among the numerous vessels threading these ancient waters was the SS City of Bombay, a passenger and cargo ship that carried the hopes, fears, and whispered dreams of travelers from distant shores. Her story, one of a sudden disappearance and haunting rediscovery, lies etched into the chronicles of maritime history, offering a profound glimpse into the fragility of human endeavor in the vastness of the sea. The city of Bombay was built in the late 19th century, commissioned by the British India Steam Navigation Company, a fleet known for its sturdy, reliable vessels that plied the long route from Bombay, modern-day Mumbai, through the Indian Ocean, to ports like Colombo, Aden, and ultimately London. At roughly 330 feet in length, the ship was constructed for the dual purposes of passenger comfort and cargo transport, embodying the commercial ambitions and colonial reach of the era. Designed with traditional iron framing and powered by a single coal-fired steam engine, the the city of Bombay balanced speed and durability, navigating unpredictable monsoons, treacherous reefs, and the sprawling maritime crossroads of the Arabian Sea. Her decks often bustled with a diverse collection of passengers, British officials, Indian merchants, missionaries, nurses, and families seeking new beginnings or visiting distant kin. It was on a voyage beginning in late November 1914 that the city of Bombay's fate became a haunting mystery. The world was engulfed in the turmoil of the First World War, and even far-flung waters carried the undercurrent of conflict and unease. The ship set sail from Bombay, bound for the port of Suez and onward to the Mediterranean, carrying passengers, mail, and freight, its hold laden with textiles, spices, and sometimes gold shipments destined for European markets. Yet, as the city of Bombay's hull cut through the waves, the ocean around her held dangers more unseen than surfacing reefs or storm-battered decks. On the night of December 2nd, somewhere near the perilous waters off the Gulf of Aden, a maritime crossroads notorious for piracy, unpredictable currents, and volatile weather, the city of Bombay vanished without a trace. No distress calls were sent, no debris was immediately found to hint at the occurrence of disaster. The ship's passage simply ceased, swallowed silently by dark waters cloaked in the shadows of war and storm. Passenger lists included close to 120 souls, a mix of civilians and crew whose sudden disappearance sparked alarm and sadness on distant shores. Initial searches covered vast expanses, but in the fog of wartime focus and the sea's vastness, the city of Bombay was resigned to the list of the lost, another name added to the silent ledger of ships swallowed without ceremony by capricious seas. For decades, the exact resting place of the city of Bombay remained unknown, tantalizing rumors and partial witness accounts doing little to pierce the veil of mystery. Speculation about her fate ranged widely. Had she been sunk by a concealed German submarine prowling the Indian Ocean? Did she encounter a violent storm, capsizing her in secret? Was the ship's construction or loading flawed, leading to a swift and tragic demise? The answers eluded all. It was not until the dawn of the 21st century, when rapid advances in sonar mapping, remote underwater vehicles, and historical research converged, that hope for rediscovery was rekindled. In 2010, a multinational team of maritime archaeologists, historians, and deep-sea explorers launched an expedition aimed at cataloging lost vessels along the ancient trading routes of the Indian Ocean and Red Sea. Using archival shipping records alongside modern oceanographic data, current patterns, sediment shifts, and known wartime submarine patrol routes, they identified a promising search area off the coast of Djibouti and Eritrea. Employing state-of-the-art multi-beam sonar scans, the team detected an unusual formation lying just below 400 meters of clear, temperate water. The shape matched the profile of a large merchant vessel, its long, broken hull unmistakable beneath layers of silt and coral growth. Over multiple underwater dives, remotely operated cameras captured harrowing footage of a shipwreck frozen in time, collapsed deckhouses, skeletal masts jutting at odd angles, and scattered remnants of the ship's once orderly structure. The site yielded discoveries that deepened both the tragedy and the time's imprint. Clusters of rusted cargo crates bearing faded company logos, fragments of personal effects, leather-bound suitcases, reading glasses, coins from various colonial mints, and sections of the ship's boilers and engine rooms engulfed in marine flora and fauna. Further analysis confirmed the identity. This was indeed the long-lost SS City of Bombay, a ghost of the Indian Ocean recovered at last. But perhaps the most poignant revelation was the condition of the wreckage itself. The site revealed signs consistent with a sudden disaster. A large breach amidships, twisted bulkheads, and scattered debris indicated the ship might have been struck, whether by unseen war action or violent storm, followed by a rapid sinking that allowed little time for evacuation. Historical records emerged in tandem with the physical discovery. Declassified wartime naval logs offered indirect clues. Unconfirmed reports of a German U-boat encounter in the region during early December 1914 recorded anomalies in shipping traffic, and cryptic mentions of an unaccounted-for vessel vanished without trace. Families of those aboard, long resigned to uncertainty, found a bittersweet solace in the rediscovery. Memorials were held, and artifacts returned where possible to descendants, connecting fragments of history to living memory. The rediscovery of the city of Bombay offered insights not merely into the wreck itself, but into the complex web of early 20th century maritime geopolitics and navigation. It provided a case study in the vulnerability of merchant vessels in wartime seas, far from the battlefronts, yet in no way safe from the shadows of conflict. It acted as a memorial to those who sailed courageous but unarmed through waters that had become war zones, caught between commerce and combat. Imagine now, as waves shimmer beneath the tropical sun thousands of miles away, the silent, twisted silhouette of the city of Bombay, resting peacefully under the ocean's quiet watch. Her timbers, corroded but resilient, cradle stories of lives interrupted, passengers unaware that what was meant to be a routine voyage would become an eternal journey into the depths. Feel the gentle sway of currents brushing over the rusted rails and scattered remnants of cargo, the quiet whispers of history carried in every corroded beam and fragment of hull. The sea above gleams with sunlight and seabirds, while below, life thrives amid the wreckage, a delicate balance between decay and renewal. As twilight descends on distant shores and stars scatter across the night sky, picture the city of Bombay's resting place, a solemn shrine beneath waves, a timeless monument commemorating not just a lost ship, but a chapter of human endurance, loss, and the relentless mysteries held by the ocean's embrace. Her story beckons the curious, the respectful, and the dreamers, all invited to listen, to remember, and to honor the depths where countless tales remain waiting, almost forgotten, yet never truly lost. Part 26. The rediscovery of the SS Highland Light. In the heart of the early 20th century, when the rugged coastlines of Scotland met the vast churning waters of the North Atlantic, a story took shape, one of commerce, courage, and ultimately, loss beneath the waves. The SS Highland Light was not among the grandest of ocean liners, or the most infamous of warships, yet her tale echoes profoundly, a reminder of the countless vessels that carried the lifeblood of trade through turbulent seas, only to slip quietly beneath them and wait undisturbed for decades. Built in 1906 by the renowned Fairfield Shipbuilding and Engineering Company in Glasgow, the Highland Light was a sturdy cargo and passenger steamer operating under the British and North American Royal Mail Steam Packet Company, frequently known as the Canada Steamship Lines. She was one of the proud fleet of vessels plying the demanding route between Britain and Canada, tasked with transporting essential goods, mail, immigrants, and hopeful travelers across the often merciless Atlantic. Measuring just over 400 feet in length, with a steel hull and twin-screw propulsion, the Highland Light was a vessel of her time, reliable, robust, and designed to endure the North Atlantic's brutal weather. She became a familiar sight in ports like Glasgow, Montreal, and Halifax, a bridge between continents and between lives far apart. But the world was changing fast, and the currents of war and nature would soon rewrite the Highland Light's fate. It was in the autumn of 1918 that the ill-fated voyage began, October, as the chill crept into the air and storms amassed strength from the sea's endless energy. The ship set sail from Montreal bound for Glasgow, her holds laden with grain, flour, and other cargo essential for the war-ravaged populations of Britain, alongside a small complement of crew and a handful of passengers, each with their private stories, dreams, and worries as the Great War neared its end. The voyage was perilous. The Atlantic had become a gauntlet of hidden dangers, icy waters, tempestuous weather, and the ever-present menace of German U-boats prowling beneath the waves. Marine life was sparse that autumn, replaced by the cold silence of overcast skies and the relentless beat of waves against steel. On the night of October 18, 1918, somewhere north of the Grand Banks, a treacherous stretch of ocean infamous for fog, whirlpools, and frigid seas, the Highland Light encountered her doom. The German submarine U-101, commanded by Kapitän Leutnant Fritz Frauenheim, spotted the silhouette of the cargo ship cutting through the night. With practiced stealth, the U-boat maneuvered into position, launching torpedoes that struck the Highland Light's starboard side with devastating force. The explosion shattered compartments, flooding the forward holds and pitching the ship onto a sharp list. Despite the damage, the ship did not sink immediately. Crew and passengers scrambled to launch lifeboats as alarms rang through the cold night air. Reports from survivor accounts, later gathered from British Naval Inquiry documents, reveal moments of tension amid order. Some lifeboats were successfully deployed, others capsized in the turmoil as the icy sea spilled over decks. The towering waves and blackness compounded the terror. The cold was an enemy, just as deadly as the enemy lurking below the waves. Within hours, the Highland Light succumbed to the ocean's weight, slipping beneath the surface and disappearing into the depths. Out of the 77 people aboard, only 15 were rescued days later by passing vessels, having endured exposure, hypothermia, and the hunger of the dark sea. The loss was mourned quietly within the maritime community and documented extensively, but the ship's wreck remained a ghostly unknown. For decades following the war, the Highland Light rested beneath the ocean, her story told in fragments, reports in naval logs, letters home, and whispered recollections by families of those lost. The search for the shipwreck itself was sporadic. Weather conditions, war priorities, and technological limitations constrained early efforts to find it. The vastness of the ocean floor, combined with shifting seabeds and intense cold, kept the vessel hidden, as if nature itself sought to guard its secrets. But technology, determination, and the persistent human spirit of discovery finally brought the Highland Light back to light. In 2002, a team of marine archaeologists and oceanographers embarked on a comprehensive survey of the North Atlantic's hunting grounds, focusing in particular on sites near the Grand Banks, where many wartime tragedies had occurred, but where many shipwrecks were yet to be confirmed or discovered. Equipped with state-of-the-art multi-beam sonar, magnetometers, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, their mission was to map the seafloor in unparalleled detail and to identify anomalies consistent with large sunken vessels. After months of painstaking scanning and analyzing underwater topography, an unusual formation was detected at a depth of approximately 120 meters, an outline unmistakably resembling the hull of a large cargo vessel, broken but still defined amid the dark sediments. Further expeditions were mounted, and ROVs deployed to capture high-definition footage of the site. What they found was haunting. The Highland Light lay fractured across a rocky outcrop, the hull twisted and torn by decades beneath crushing pressure, yet remarkably preserved in the cold, oxygen-poor waters. The deckhouse was partially intact. Cargo holds were clearly visible, still containing remnants of grain bags and other wartime supplies, now home to colonies of deep-sea life. Among the relics scattered close to the wreck were personal effects, shattered chinaware, rusted tools, a leather-bound diary recovered from a watertight compartment, and rigid fragments of clothing buttons bearing insignias matching those of the Canada Steamship Line's sailors. The discovery breathed life into the ship's story, connecting names to tangible objects submerged through nearly a century of slumber. Maritime historians immersed themselves in the site's exploration, cross-referencing archival materials, survivor memoirs, and naval records. Detailed analysis of the wreck revealed damage patterns that corroborated torpedo strike locations, providing clearer understanding of the battle that led to the ship's demise. The wreck's orientation on the rocky sea floor suggested the Highland Light had drifted for hours before sinking, giving passengers fleeting moments of hope during a brutal night. In a larger context, the Highland Light's rediscovery helped illuminate the crucial role merchant vessels played during wartime, not just as carriers of goods, but as floating lifelines connecting distant communities under threat of constant peril. The men who sailed her braved the brutal seas with steely resolve and quiet courage, often overshadowed by grand warships, but no less vital. The wreck site has since been designated a protected maritime grave, guarded by international agreements that honor the memory of those lost and preserve the fragile artifacts beneath the waves. Academics, divers, and descendants hold annual commemorations, combining underwater archaeology with storytelling and remembrance. Imagine now descending through the chilly Atlantic waters, the muted light dancing upon the jagged ocean floor. Slowly, the broken form of the Highland Light emerges, a ghostly silhouette framed by drifting kelp and curious fish. Pieces of her steel ribs gleam under artificial lights, barnacles cling stubbornly, and the currents stir silt that swirls like silent smoke. The silence beneath is profound, interrupted only by the hum of submersible motors and the distant clicks of sonar. Custodians of history whisper stories long hidden, of the brave souls who sailed this mercury sea, of lives interrupted and hopes dried in the cold dark. As night falls across the stormy Atlantic surface, picture the Highland Light resting quietly beneath the waves, a monument not just to loss, but to resilience, to connection, and to the enduring human spirit that turns even forgotten wrecks into reminders of our shared voyage through time and tide. Her story remains, a steady heartbeat echoing through the ocean depths, an invitation to remember the vessels that bridged worlds, the lives entwined with steel and salt, and the silent watchfulness of the deep. Part 27. The silent mystery and rediscovery of the SS Pollux. In the daunting expanse of the North Atlantic, amid treacherous waters often shrouded by fog and tempest, lies the tale of the SS Pollux, a merchant steamer whose final voyage slipped silently into the annals of maritime mystery. For decades, her fate was swallowed by the restless ocean, a name whispered among sailors and historians, but with her resting place hidden beneath waves that have long concealed countless secrets. The story of the Pollux is one of uncertainty, courage, and the eventual unveiling of a silent witness to history, resting quietly on the ocean floor after a century's waiting. The SS Pollux was a British merchant steamship, launched in 1905. She was built for the trading routes that connected Britain to the far-flung reaches of the world, carrying cargo, mail, and passengers through often turbulent seas. At just under 400 feet in length, the Pollux was typical of her era, steady and dependable. Powered by coal-fired steam engines, her hull forged in steel to withstand the relentless Atlantic elements. The early 20th century was a period marked by rising geopolitical tensions, technological leaps, and an increasingly crowded ocean highway where cargo ships like the Pollux were the arteries of international trade and communication. Yet with the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, the placid rhythm of commerce shattered. The seas, once avenues of prosperity, became battlefields where submarines lurked beneath waves, ready to strike unseen. The Pollux was no stranger to these dangers. As the war intensified, she sailed under the cautious eyes of naval escorts and in convoy with other merchant vessels, threading through zones where German U-boats had made the Atlantic their domain. The ship continued carrying food, raw materials, and goods vital for Britain's wartime economy, all while the spectre of unseen threats cast a shadow over each voyage. In the cold, dark days of January 1917, the Pollux prepared for one of her final journeys. She loaded a mixed cargo, steel, coal, and manufactured goods, alongside a complement of around 50 crew members, seasoned hands familiar with the ocean's caprice and the war's lurking dangers. Her route took her from Liverpool, a bustling wartime port, bound for Montreal and beyond. As she steamed into the open Atlantic, conditions were brutal. Winter storms heaved waves like mountains, winds howled mercilessly, and iceberg warnings loomed in the frigid water. But even these natural threats paled beside the submerged menace stalking the seas. On a chilling night, somewhere amidst the ice fields and swirling darkness off the coast of Newfoundland, the SS Pollux vanished from the scene. Reports suggest that a sudden torpedo strike by a lurking German U-boat, perhaps U-70 or U-81, ripped through her side, flooding compartments and overwhelming the crew's efforts to stabilize the ship. The Pollux foundered rapidly, disappearing beneath icy waves, leaving behind only distress signals and moments of frantic hope. No survivors were reported, and despite search efforts amidst the storm-racked ocean, the ship's location remained unknown. Lifeboats were never found, and the whereabouts of the vessel became a riddle, swallowed by ice and sea spray. For decades, the Pollux disappearance was but a ghost story told among sailors, another name added to the long list of ships claimed by the war and the unforgiving Atlantic. Naval records hinted at the event. Survivors of other sinkings recalled underwater explosions and torpedoed vessels in the area, but no tangible trace of the Pollux emerged. As decades passed, the law of the ocean kept the Pollux alive, a symbol of the silent sacrifice of merchant mariners in wartime. The men who sailed these steel hulls bore the brunt of war hidden beneath the waves, their stories overshadowed by great battleships and grand naval campaigns but no less impactful. It was only in the latter years of the 20th century that technology began to pierce the ocean's veil like never before. With the advent of advanced sonar mapping, multi-beam scanning, and remotely operated underwater vehicles, marine archaeologists turned their attention to the icy depths along the Canadian Atlantic coast, an area known for shipwreck concentration from 2 world wars. Using historical coordinates from naval intelligence logs, survivor accounts, and modern oceanographic data on currents and seabed composition, researchers embarked on systematic searches. In 1993, during a deep-sea expedition, aimed at mapping lost wartime vessels off the Grand Banks. A promising sonar contact revealed a large metallic structure partially buried beneath sediment at a depth of nearly 120 meters. The shape, profile, and size suggested a steam-powered merchant ship, remarkably well preserved despite the harsh environment. A series of detailed dives followed, sending cameras and robotic arms down to examine the wreck. What emerged was confirmation. The long-lost SS Pollux had finally been located. The wreck lay upright, although badly battered. Her hull was broken in places, the steel twisted and corroded by decades beneath immense pressure and salt water. Still, the structure was identifiable. The bow section weathered but intact. The remains of her twin funnels and deck equipment emerged from the murk. What made the sight particularly poignant were the scattered personal artifacts, boots, ship's bells, and rusted machinery, silent witnesses to lives lost and a ship caught frozen in time. The discovery ignited fresh historical inquiry. Researchers revisited war records, piecing together the events aboard the Pollux's last voyage. Analysis of damage and debris patterns matched the technique and torpedo placement typical of German U-boats operating in the area. With no survivors to tell the tale, the shipwreck became a solemn monument to those countless unseen tragedies at sea. Beyond the technical and historical aspects, the Pollux's rediscovery rekindled respect for the merchant sailors who braved wartime dangers far from the headlines. These men operated as vital cogs in the Allied war machine, confronting cold, hunger, and death with stoic resolve. The site of the Pollux is now a protected maritime grave, watched over by underwater conservation efforts and studied with reverence. Artifacts recovered have been preserved and displayed in museums, connecting visitors with a chapter of history often overshadowed but deeply significant. Imagine now descending slowly into the cold Atlantic depths. The water shifts from steel gray to pitch blue as you near the wreck. The hull of the Pollux looms quietly, draped in soft swathes of seaweed and coral, the remnants of a once proud ship whose final story is etched into every rusted beam and scattered bolt. Hear the faint hum of distant waves mingling with the faint metallic groan of steel settling further into the sea floor. The silence is profound, broken only by the steady pulse of your descent. Each piece of wreckage is a fragment of a moment in time, a testament to the lives aboard and the unforgiving power of the ocean. Above, the sea relentlessly churns, the surface shimmering under a cold moon. Beneath, the Pollux rests, as much a guardian of memory as a reminder of endurance and loss lost to history, but reclaimed through human curiosity and respect. As night falls and stars scatter across the northern sky, picture that solitary silhouette deep beneath the waves, her story no longer forgotten, a monument to the quiet heroes of wartime's hidden conflicts, waiting patiently to share her tale with those who dare to listen. In the silent shadows of the North Atlantic lies the SS Pollux, a lost ship, a rediscovered mystery, and an eternal enigma anchored within the deep. Part 28. The enigmatic disappearance and rediscovery of the SS Yarmouth Castle. In the dawn of a new era, where leisure travel was transforming into a celebration of comfort and luxury, the SS Yarmouth Castle stood proudly as an emblem of progress. A passenger ship designed for relaxation, reconnection, and adventure along the tranquil coasts of the United States and the glittering Caribbean. Yet, beneath the surface of this promise lay a tale shadowed by tragedy and mystery, as the vessel vanished in the flame and smoke of disaster, only to be rediscovered as a solemn reminder of human fragility and the whispering depths of the sea. The Yarmouth Castle was launched in the mid-20th century, in 1927, originally named the Mariposa, built for the Matson Navigation Company to ply the Pacific routes between California and Hawaii. Built with sturdy steel construction, the ship was a symbol of modern maritime design, featuring streamlined decks, elegant lounges, and passenger cabins designed to swell with the soft pulse of ocean breezes and warm colonial charm. In 1959, the vessel was renamed and recommissioned as the SS Yarmouth Castle, entering service as a cruise ship along the eastern seaboard and Caribbean routes. Catering to tourists and families eager to escape the bustle of cities for sunlit beaches and turquoise waters, the ship quickly became beloved for its relaxed atmosphere and welcoming crew. Under the glassy skies, with the smell of salt and pineapple mingling in the air, she was a floating retreat from the world, a vessel that promised safe passage and golden memories. But, As the ship prepared for her fateful journey on November 13, 1965, whispers of fate and misfortune were far from the minds of passengers who boarded with hope. The Yarmouth Castle set sail from Miami, Florida, loaded with approximately 400 passengers and a crew ready to offer warm hospitality on a voyage toward Nassau, Bahamas, and the sun-filled isles beyond. The weather was benign, the sea calm, as the ship left the harbor, its decks ringing with laughter, families unpacking luggage, children exploring hallways, and couples stealing moments amid the lingering glow of the evening sun. The promise of tropical paradise danced in the minds of all aboard. However, shortly after midnight, disaster struck in the form of a fire that would soon engulf the ship and change maritime history forever. The precise cause of the fire remains a topic of investigation and debate, but it is believed to have started deep within the ship's single-stack funnel, where combustible materials had accumulated. The blaze quickly spread through ventilation shafts, igniting wood paneling and decor that sadly failed to meet fire safety standards. The thick smoke surged like a dark tide, swallowing corridors and cabins alike. Passengers awoke to an eerie glow bathing the walls. Panic replaced leisure as the reality of an uncontrollable inferno reached all corners of the ship. The crew scrambled to fight the flames, sounding alarms and organizing evacuations. Lifeboats were lowered into the frigid Atlantic waters, foaming with waves beneath a moonlit sky now stained by orange flames. In those harrowing hours, heroes emerged amid chaos, crew members helping passengers don life jackets, guiding terrified children to safety, and fighting smoke that clawed at throats and lungs. Yet, the inferno rapidly outpaced containment efforts. Fire doors that should have sealed compartments proved ineffective. Communication lines became tangled, and lifelines were severed. Tragically, the Yarmouth Castle lacked sufficient fire detection and suppression systems, an oversight that sealed the fate of many aboard. As smoke thickened and temperatures soared, the survival of those trapped below decks became grimly uncertain. The ship's electrical system failed partially, plunging sections into darkness, compounding terror. Amid desperate evacuations, dozens succumbed to smoke inhalation, others lost to the unforgiving sea. Rescue ships raced to the scene as distress calls crackled weakly through the radio static. Amid the bravery and cooperation of passengers and crew, the death toll climbed. 87 souls were lost, making it one of the deadliest peacetime maritime fires in American history. The Yarmouth Castle eventually sank off the coast of the Florida Keys, her charred remains slipping beneath the waves she once gently caressed. For years afterward, the ship's fiery end cast a long shadow on safety regulations. The tragedy sparked widespread reforms in maritime fire safety, enforcing stricter construction codes, fireproof materials, and enhanced emergency protocols. The legacy of loss was transformed into vigilance aimed at preventing future tragedies at sea. Despite her significance, the precise location of the Yarmouth Castle's wreck remained unclear for decades, as shifting currents, post-sinking drift, and underwater topography clouded attempts at discovery. Speculation persisted among historians, divers, and treasure seekers. But her grave was silent, a secret bed deep beneath the ocean's surface. It was not until the early 21st century that renewed efforts, fueled by advances in sonar imaging, underwater robotics, and archival sleuthing, brought the lost ship back into the light. In 2011, a specialized marine archaeology team dispatched from the Florida Keys began surveying known wreck sites within a designated radius off Key Largo. Employing multi-beam sonar, magnetometers, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, they meticulously scanned ocean floors, searching for the sunken hulk's telltale outline. Their persistence paid off. The wreck of the Yarmouth Castle was located at a depth of approximately 50 meters, resting broken and corroded but unmistakably identifiable by her hull shape and structural remains. Visual confirmation came through video feeds. Twisted steel ribs, remnants of her iconic single funnel, collapsed to one side, heavily encrusted by corals and vibrant marine life that had claimed the vessel as their underwater home. The site revealed poignant glimpses, a lifeboat still tethered to davits, fragments of cabins visible beneath sediment, and areas marked by fire damage, where the metal was warped and blackened decades ago. The wreck's state told the story of a ship that had fought against its fiery fate long enough to inspire gallant efforts but ultimately succumbed. Underwater research uncovered barrels of heavy fuel oil leaking slowly into the marine ecosystem, prompting environmental considerations and containment efforts alongside archaeological work. The Yarmouth Castle's resting place is now a protected marine sanctuary, both a historic site and vital habitat. Artifact recovery has been minimal to preserve the solemnity of the grave and ecological balance, yet divers report occasional finds of personal effects, fragments of jewelry, smoking pipes, and weather-beaten passport pages that serve as enduring echoes of the lives caught in that night's tragedy. The rediscovery of the Yarmouth Castle breathed new life into the narrative of mid-20th century maritime travel, illustrating the critical importance of safety, human courage, and technological evolution at sea. Memorials have since been dedicated both onshore and underwater, honoring those lost and advocating for seafarers' welfare. Interviews with survivors, descendants, and maritime historians preserve first-hand accounts of heroism and sorrow, personal stories that give depth to the steel and coral resting beneath the waves. Imagine now gliding through the emerald green waters of the Florida Keys, sunlight dappled by surface ripples, drifting silently past the wreckage of the Yarmouth Castle. Schools of tropical fish weave through broken railings, sea turtles glide serenely near her tall collapsed funnel. Soft currents carry a quiet stillness where once voices and footsteps had filled halls. Feel the hush of history pressing gently upon the soul, a reminder of the sea's dual nature as giver and taker, bearer of joy and bearer of sorrow. As twilight softens over sandy shores and stars light the night sky above the coral reefs, picture the Yarmouth Castle resting peacefully beneath the waves, a monument carved by time and tide, forever entwined with the stories of those who sailed aboard and those who wait quietly underwater to be remembered. Her tale lingers on in the shimmering currents, a testament to human resilience, to lessons etched in flame and salt, and to the enduring mysteries held in the embrace of the deep blue sea. Part 29. The rediscovery of the SS city of Rio de Janeiro. In the vast and shifting waters off the coast of South America, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the rugged shores of Brazil, lies a story long shrouded in sorrow and mystery, a tale of hope, tragedy, and eventual rediscovery that echoes across the decades. This is the haunting voyage of the SS city of Rio de Janeiro, a passenger steamship once filled with dreams, destined for a sudden and tragic rest beneath the waves, and a modern awakening that would bring its story back to light. Launched at the dawn of the 20th century, the city of Rio de Janeiro was a proud vessel operated by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. Measuring some 340 feet in length, she was designed to serve the bustling routes along the western coast of the Americas, connecting ports from Panama to San Francisco. The ship was known for its sturdy build, reliable service, and welcoming accommodations, carrying a blend of immigrants, travelers, and cargo across vast, often unpredictable waters. By the autumn of 1901, the city of Rio de Janeiro was preparing for what would become its final voyage. On February 22nd, she departed from San Francisco, bound southward to Panama by way of several stops along the California coast and Mexico. On board were over 230 souls, a mix of passengers eager for new beginnings and crew members loyal to their duties. The ship's cargo was equally diverse, containing mail, merchandise, and goods vital to commerce in this vibrant yet fragile era of maritime trade. The journey began uneventfully. The city of Rio de Janeiro steamed smoothly through familiar waters, cutting through the Pacific swell beneath wide skies and the warm glow of sunset. Passengers mingled on deck, sharing stories and prospects in the golden light, while mariners guided the vessel steadily along its course. Yet, as twilight fell on the night of February 22nd, tragedy struck. Somewhere near the treacherous waters off Crescent City, California, the ship's crew reported unusual weather developments. Dense fogs rolled in quickly, an all-encompassing cloak that masked the shoreline and twisted familiar landmarks into shadows. Visibility dropped rapidly, and the captain's warnings grew urgent as instruments noted shifting tides and an unseen but dangerous coastline lurking close by. In the confusion and disorientation of that dark and mist-soaked night, the city of Rio de Janeiro ran aground on rocks near Point St. George Reef, a formidable and unforgiving expanse infamous among mariners for its jagged treachery. The impact was violent and sudden. Hull plates were torn, watertight compartments breached, and seawater poured in with relentless force. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. Passengers and crew scrambled through smoke and screams, racing against the ship's slow but steady surrender to the sea. Lifeboats were launched hastily, but many were swamped or damaged by the pounding surf. The waves rose and crashed like giants, sweeping men, women and children from decks and decks to the icy water below. Of the over 200 aboard, fewer than 60 survived. The waters off Northern California claimed the city of Rio de Janeiro that night, turning a once proud vessel into a shattered wreck scattered across the ocean floor and nearby shoreline. Rescue efforts mounted over the following days, but the cold and treacherous currents delayed responses. The tragedy cast a long shadow over coastal communities, especially the small fishing villages whose residents bore the burden of retrieval and remembrance. Newspapers of the era chronicled the disaster with a mixture of shock and sorrow. Stories of heroism emerged, of crew members who gave their lives, of passengers who sacrificed their own safety to save others, and of local residents who braved the storm-ravaged shore to aid survivors. Yet, the loss was profound, and the city of Rio de Janeiro faded from public view as the years passed, becoming a poignant footnote in maritime history. The shipwreck's physical location remained elusive for many decades. The rocky coastline and shifting sands, along with the deep waters and strong currents, meant that the hull and its remains lay hidden or scattered, guarded jealously by the ocean. Local lore and fishermen whispered of submerged beams and the occasional glimpse of debris, but no comprehensive survey or discovery could pinpoint the site. It was not until the late 20th century that renewed interest in the wreck emerged. In 1980, a group of marine researchers and underwater explorers teamed up to survey the waters off Northern California. Utilizing advances in sonar and underwater mapping technology, the researchers sought to locate and document shipwrecks along the perilous Pacific coast, sites that held history as well as ecology in their silent depths. After months of scanning, the team identified an underwater anomaly consistent with the outline of a shipwreck near Point St. George Reef. Subsequent dives revealed large fragments of iron hull, twisted steel ribs, and scattered artifacts now encrusted by marine growth. The site was confirmed to be the long-lost city of Rio de Janeiro. The rediscovery sent waves of fascination through maritime and historical circles. The site offered not only the remains of a ship, but a time capsule of early 20th century seafaring life, from fragments of personal belongings to remnants of cargo and ship fittings. Divers who explored the wreck spoke of the eerie stillness and haunting beauty of a sunken vessel frozen in time. Schools of fish and intricate coral formations had claimed the ship, transforming it into an underwater sanctuary. The stark contrast of rusted steel and vibrant marine life symbolized the ocean's dual nature as destroyer and cradle of life. Among the finds were pieces of the ship's wheel, sections of railing, porcelain shards from passenger cabins, and fragments of leather suitcases, silent stories of lives aboard, frozen at the moment when hopes were drowned. Detailed investigations revealed much about the tragedy's final hours. The navigational challenges posed by thick fog, sudden shifts in currents, and the difficulties of lifeboat launches in raging surf. The disaster underscored the vulnerability of even well-built ships to natural forces and human error in hazardous coastal environments. Beyond the wreckage, the city of Rio de Janeiro's legacy lives on in memorials erected along the California coast, honoring those who perished and those who survived. Descendants of passengers have traced family histories back to the ill-fated voyage, weaving stories of loss and endurance into the tapestry of regional memory. The site itself is now designated a protected underwater cultural resource, respected as both a maritime grave and a haven for marine biodiversity. Efforts continue to document the wreck, preserving its story and studying the interaction between history and nature beneath the waves. Imagine now the Pacific's dark, cold water, sunlight dimming many meters above as you descend toward the wreckage. The once sleek lines of the city of Rio de Janeiro are barely discernible, fragmented but dignified. Encrusted beams frame the passageways where passengers once walked. Faded personal effects drift quietly in the sediment. Hear the gentle hum of the ocean's pulse, the soft flutter of creatures weaving through rusted corridors, and the distant siren call of waves breaking on jagged shores. It is a place where past and present converge, a reminder of the fragile balance between human ambition and the inexorable power of the sea. As night falls over the California coastline and stars scatter across the clear sky, picture the city of Rio de Janeiro resting beneath the ocean's surface, a solemn guardian of memories, dreams lost and found beneath restless tides, inviting us to listen closely to the whispers carried on the currents of time. Part 30. The silent resting place of the SS Macambo. Far off the southeastern coast of Australia, where the Tasman Sea melds with the vast Southern Ocean, lies a tale woven from tragedy, mystery, and an ocean's enduring silence. The story of the SS Macumbo is one of human lives intertwined with shifting sands and surging tides, of a ship lost to a merciless sea, vanished for decades beneath swells that whispered legends long forgotten. It is a story that, when finally unfolded, revealed not only insights into maritime history, but also echoes that still resound in the remote islands it touched. The Macumbo was a steel-hulled passenger and cargo steamer, launched at the dawn of the 20th century, built for the Australian shipping company Tasmanian Steam Navigation Company. Designed for the rugged coastal routes between Tasmania and mainland Australia, the ship was a vital connector, carrying passengers, mail, livestock, and goods essential to remote communities scattered across wild and windswept shores. At roughly 250 feet in length, with powerful coal-fired steam engines, the Macumbo was a symbol of progress in an age where the sea was often the only link between isolated lives. Her service was steady and unremarkable for many years, punctuated only by the daily rhythms of arrivals and departures in the ports of Sydney, Norfolk Island, Lord Howe Island, and other waypoints along her circuitous routes. Passengers on board ranged from hopeful settlers and traders to government officials and travelers seeking escape or adventure in a young and growing nation. Yet it was in February 1918 that the Macumbo's story took a fateful and haunting turn. On the evening of February 18th, during one of her routine voyages from Sydney to Norfolk Island, laden with cargo, livestock, and dozens of passengers, the Macumbo encountered adverse seas fueled by a southerly gale. The weather was unforgiving. Waves battered the ship, and relentless winds strained the steel hull. As night sank in, visibility dropped, and the vessel fought through turbulent waters off the remote Norfolk Island group, some 900 miles northeast of Sydney. Then disaster struck. At approximately 3 a.m., the Macumbo struck submerged rocks near Phillip Island, a small rocky outcrop outside the main Norfolk Island harbour. The hull was torn open, seawater poured into the cargo holds and engine room in swift, icy torrents. The engines slowed, and the ship began to list as chaos rippled through her decks. Passengers awoke in confusion, the ominous creaking of stressed metal underscored by the relentless pounding of surf. Crew and passengers scrambled to launch lifeboats while the ship fought against the sea's grip. Frigid waters, darkness, and violent currents made escape perilous. The roar of the waves against jagged rocks was both terrifying and all-encompassing. The Macumbo was caught in a brutal embrace from which she would not break free. By dawn, the ship had slipped beneath the relentless ocean, her steel frame shattered and scattered among the rocks and reefs of Phillip Island. 5 lives were lost, tragically taken by the unforgiving sea before rescue vessels from Norfolk's harbour could arrive. Survivors clung to wreckage or made their way to shore, shaken but alive. For many years the wreck lay hidden, known only to islanders and mariners familiar with the treacherous waters. The exact resting place of the Macumbo was shrouded in speculation. Shifting sands and underwater currents moved debris fields, while fragile coral and marine growth conspired to cloak her remains from clear detection. Norfolk Island itself is steeped in stories of the sea, and the Macumbo became a whispered part of local lore, a somber legend preserved through oral histories and the memory of a community intimately connected to the ocean. The islanders spoke of the stormy night, the ship's final laboring struggle, and the lives both saved and lost in the foaming surf. Yet the story did not end there. Decades later, in the 1960s and 70s, marine enthusiasts and amateur divers began exploring the shallow reefs and underwater caves around Phillip Island. Using handheld sonar devices, spearfishing techniques, and underwater photography, they sought lost treasures, curiosities, and historical wreckage. Among the reef formations, divers reported sightings of metallic structures peeking from coral, strange hulks hidden below flashes of sunlight slipping through the water. But it was not until the dawn of the 21st century that dedicated scientific interest brought the Macumbo's wreck to widespread attention. In 2010, marine archaeologists and oceanographers, in collaboration with the Norfolk Island Regional Council and Australian heritage groups, initiated a systematic survey of the island's surrounding reefs using advanced multi-beam sonar and remotely operated vehicles (ROV). Guided by historical records, survivor testimonies, and pilot charts, they targeted the treacherous reefs where the ship was thought to have gone down. The surveys revealed a sprawling wreck site at approximately 30 meters depth, an expanse of twisted steel, scattered timbers, broken cargo remnants, and a labyrinth of coral-grown hull plates. The shape and size unmistakably matched the Macumbo. Numerous anchors, boilers, and identifiable sections of the superstructure were discerned beneath the layers of marine life and sediment. The marine ecosystem had transformed the wreck into a vibrant sanctuary. Schools of brightly colored fish darted through broken portholes, giant clams nestled amid rusted beams, and coral colonies flourished on the ship's ribs. The sight was both haunting and beautiful, a poignant fusion of destruction and life reborn. Ongoing excavations and documentation brought fascinating discoveries. Among them were artifacts such as rusted livestock pens, crates marked with faded Australian supply labels, bent navigational tools, and fragments of passenger belongings, buttons, coins, and small personal effects echoing the human stories trapped in salt and steel. One unexpected chapter emerged from the Macumbo's wreck, its role in ecology and the introduction of invasive species to Norfolk Island. During the salvage studies, biologists uncovered evidence that rats had survived aboard the Macumbo and escaped onto Phillip Island following the shipwreck. This accidental introduction disrupted the native ecology, leading to predation on endemic bird species and altering the island's unique biosphere. The Macumbo thus became a symbol not only of human tragedy, but of nature's delicate balance and the unforeseen consequences of maritime disasters. The story of the SS Macumbo's rediscovery sparked renewed appreciation for Norfolk Island's maritime heritage and the preservation of underwater cultural resources. Strong conservation efforts were undertaken to protect the wreck site from looting, damage, and environmental impact. The shipwreck became part of educational programs, historical tours, and a solemn memorial to those lost long ago. Imagine now, beneath crystal-clear waters fringed by white sands and volcanic rocks, the hulking form of the Macumbo lies serenely, her twisted frames wrapped in coral lace. Silent currents swirl over rusted decks, fish flit past portholes where passengers once gazed at distant horizons. The deep carries whispers of wind-torn sails, creaking timbers, and the courageous hearts of those who battled waves in a cruel dawn. As evening descends on Norfolk's rugged coasts, casting rose-tinted light over the sea, picture the Macumbo resting amidst her watery garden. A quiet sentinel, she watches over the turquoise depths, preserved in time and memory, her story a resonant echo of man's fragile bond with the ocean. The SS Macumbo is a poignant reminder that beyond the waves' shimmer and the ocean's vastness lie stories of survival, loss, and renewal, stories that await patient ears and curious souls beneath the deep's tranquil veil. Part 31. The mysterious rediscovery of the SS Central America. The tale of the SS Central America, often called the Ship of Gold, is one soaked in tragedy, mystery, and eventual fortune. A story that stretches across time, capturing imaginations for over a century, and culminating in one of the most fascinating shipwreck rediscoveries in history. Built in 1853, the SS Central America was a sidewheel steamer, a marvel of its day, commissioned to transport passengers and freight along the eastern seaboard of the United States. Yet its name would become synonymous not for its voyages along bustling ports, but for one catastrophic journey during the height of the California gold rush. In the summer of 1857, the Central America embarked from Panama, where it had collected a cargo brimming with tons of precious California gold, destined for New York City. This gold wasn't just cargo, it represented hope, ambition, and the promise of wealth fueling the fevered dreams of thousands. However, fate had other plans. Off the coast of the Carolinas, the ship encountered a brutal hurricane. Fierce winds and towering waves battered the vessel relentlessly. Despite the valiant efforts of the crew, the SS Central America began to take on water. With its hull compromised and pumps overwhelmed, the ship gradually sank into the cold depths of the Atlantic, approximately 160 miles off Cape Hatteras, in September 1857. More than 400 souls were aboard, and nearly 150 lives were lost in what became one of the deadliest maritime disasters of the era. For decades, the SS Central America remained lost beneath the ocean waves, a silent grave holding thousands in gold and stories frozen in time. It became a legend whispered among treasure hunters, historians, and divers, an elusive prize hidden under layers of sediment and time. The narrative took a remarkable turn in 1988, when a team led by businessman and treasure hunter Tommy Thompson located the wreck after years of painstaking research and deep-sea exploration. The discovery was a culmination of historical research, advanced technology, and dogged determination. Using sonar mapping and deep-sea submersibles, Thompson's crew pinpointed the exact location of the Central America's remains, almost 8,000 feet below the surface. The ocean floor cradled the ship in darkness, its timbers barely standing, but the cargo remained astonishingly intact. What followed was a vigil of retrieval and recovery that would electrify headlines around the world. Over several years, more than 15 tons of gold coins and artifacts were raised from the depths, some dating back to the mid-19th century, precised, preserved beneath layers of mud and crystallized salt. Rare coins, muskets, personal effects, and sections of the ship's structure gradually emerged, painting a vivid picture of the moment locked away for over 130 years. The recovery wasn't merely about the treasure, but also about restoring a chapter of American history brought back to light. Yet the story grew even more complex. Legal battles erupted over the ownership of the treasure, financial disputes strained relations among the expedition team and investors, and questions arose over the ethical handling of such a culturally significant find. Despite the controversies, the ship's rediscovery brought innovation in underwater archaeology, inspiring others to search for lost vessels with new technology and reverence for the past. Moreover, the SS Central America's story offers an unsettling contemplative lens on how oceanic mysteries persist. Deep beneath waves, countless stories of courage and loss lie forgotten, occasionally surfacing to remind humanity of the fragility of life and the enduring pull of the sea. The Shipwrecks rediscovery ignited documentaries, museum exhibitions, and countless books, ensuring that those who perished aboard and the dreams they carried would not be forgotten. In reflecting on the SS Central America, one cannot help but feel the quiet tension between tragedy and hope, loss and rediscovery. For beneath the shifting sands of the ocean floor, treasures and secrets patiently await the light, telling stories of vanished ships and vanished lives that still resonate in the hearts and minds of those who dare to search. Through this rediscovery, the SS Central America transcended from a tragic footnote to a testament of human perseverance, curiosity, and the enduring allure of the sea. It stands as a reminder that even after over a century beneath crushing pressure and endless night, the truth can resurface, as steady and inevitable as the tides themselves. Part 32. The Odyssey of the SS Waratah, England's Lost Titanic. The story of the SS Waratah is one that has fascinated maritime historians and mystery enthusiasts for over a century. Often dubbed England's Titanic, the Waratah was a grand passenger and cargo steamer, built in 1908 by Barclay, Curle and Company in Scotland. At the time, she was one of the most advanced and luxurious vessels afloat, designed to compete with South Africa's steamships ferrying passengers and goods between Europe and the Southern Hemisphere. This majestic ship disappeared without a trace in July 1909, during her second voyage from Durban, South Africa, to Cape Town, before continuing on to London. Despite exhaustive searches, not a single piece of wreckage was found, and the fate of the Waratah remained a haunting maritime mystery, lost beneath the waves with all 211 passengers and crew on board. The SS Waratah was a marvel of its time, measuring over 490 feet in length, and equipped with the latest steam engines. She was capable of carrying over 250 passengers and a large cargo of valuable goods including gold bullion. The ship was renowned for her elegant interiors and comfortable accommodations, reflecting the golden age of ocean travel. But it was also a ship with a shadow. Critics questioned her stability, expressing concerns about her narrow beam in relation to her tall superstructure, factors that might have made her vulnerable in stormy seas. On her maiden voyage in June 1909, the Waratah plied the route successfully from London to South Africa, establishing herself as a symbol of swift and luxurious maritime travel. However, on her return journey in July, after a brief stop in Durban, she set sail for Cape Town and would vanish forever. The last confirmed sighting of the Waratah was on July 27, 1909, roughly 100 miles off the South African coast near the wild and treacherous Agulhas Bank, a notorious hazard known for violent storms and strong currents. Witnesses reported seeing a vessel matching Waratah's description battling heavy seas that day, but no distress signal or detailed messages were ever received. Multiple theories emerged over the years about what could have happened to the Waratah. Some believed she capsized during a sudden storm because of instability, her high center of gravity possibly causing her to roll over in tumultuous water. Others suggested a catastrophic boiler explosion or collision with an uncharted underwater obstacle. Another theory was that a rogue wave overwhelmed the ship, washing her away in an instant before the crew had time to send a distress call. Several search expeditions were launched soon after her disappearance, involving the Cape government and private parties. However, despite scouring the likely search areas with ships and divers, not a scrap of wreckage or debris was ever definitively linked to the Waratah. No bodies were recovered either, deepening the melancholy and mystery surrounding the loss. The Waratah's disappearance had a significant impact on maritime safety regulations of the time. Calls to improve standards for ship stability and to demand more rigorous inspections grew louder. Her absence also led to increased attention on the dangerous waters off South Africa's coast, prompting the eventual establishment of better navigational aids and lighthouse systems along the route. In recent decades, interest in finding the Waratah has been rekindled thanks to advances in technology. Underwater sonar, remotely operated vehicles, and deep-sea submersibles have explored suspicious underwater formations around the Agulhas Bank, hoping to locate the lost wreck. To date, there remains no confirmed discovery, but small artifacts consistent with shipwrecks are periodically found, sparking hope that someday a definitive find may bring closure to one of the most enduring maritime mysteries. Aside from its captivating disappearance, the Waratah also served as a symbol of an era marked by glamour and peril at sea. Passengers on board included wealthy businessmen, colonial officials, and families seeking new opportunities in faraway lands. Letters and accounts from survivors of other ships who traveled similar routes paint a vivid picture of life aboard these grand vessels, with their nightly dinners under crystal chandeliers, lounges filled with laughter, and the silent vastness of the ocean rolling endlessly out the windows. The tale of the SS Waratah invokes a unique blend of wonder, sadness, and the raw power of nature. Unlike the Titanic, whose wreck was found and extensively explored, the Waratah's secrets lie hidden deep beneath the waves, perhaps resting quietly amid the shifting sands of the seafloor, a monument to lives lost and mysteries unsolved. Even now, every year, divers and treasure hunters set out to unlock the deep secrets, trailing the faint, elusive clues left behind over a century ago. The Waratah's story reminds us how vast and mysterious our oceans remain, and how, despite advances in technology and navigation, the sea holds many tales it chooses to keep hidden. So, as you drift off to sleep, imagine the mighty Waratah cutting through the dark, endless waters under a star-strewn sky. A once proud ship now forever entwined with the mysteries of the deep, waiting patiently to share her story with those who seek her in the quiet depths. Part 33. The rediscovery of the RMS Republic and its mysterious cargo. In the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean lie countless secrets, many of which have evaded discovery for centuries. Among these submerged mysteries is the story of the RMS Republic, a luxurious ocean liner that vanished from common knowledge for decades before being rediscovered, bringing forth a story of tragedy, heroism, and a long-held enigma regarding its valuable lost cargo. The Republic was constructed in the early 20th century, part of the White Star Line fleet, renowned for its grand ocean liners like the Titanic. Launched in 1903, the RMS Republic was often called the largest and most luxurious ship in the world at the time. She was designed to carry wealthy passengers across the Atlantic, comfortably bridging Europe and America in exclusive style and with advanced maritime technologies of the era. In January 1909, the Republic set sail from New York en route to the Mediterranean port of Genoa, carrying passengers and an assortment of goods. Among the passengers were American businessmen, European aristocrats, and emigrants seeking new beginnings. The cargo held promises too. The ship carried valuable ceramics, wines, assorted goods, and a reputedly hefty consignment of gold coins, supposedly intended for banks and traders along the route. On the night of January 23rd, while steaming through a thick fog near the Nantucket Shoals off the coast of Massachusetts, the Republic collided with the Italian liner SS Florida. Despite efforts to prevent disaster, the collision was severe. The Republic sustained massive damage to her bow and was slowly taking on water. The Florida too was damaged but remained afloat. What followed was a remarkable maritime rescue operation. The Republic sent out the first ever distress signal using the wireless telegraph, which alerted nearby vessels and shore stations. Due to this pioneering use of technology, the majority of the passengers and crew aboard the Republic were saved over the course of several harrowing hours. Lifeboats were lowered amidst the darkness and freezing cold, and nearby ships and Coast Guard cutters responded timely. However, the Republic itself could not be saved. Owing to the damage, she eventually slipped beneath the waves late on January 24th, resting on the ocean floor approximately 40 miles southeast of Nantucket. Her exact resting place was unknown for decades, hidden beneath miles of ocean waters, and until well into the latter half of the 20th century, the ship was considered lost to history, a fading tale among maritime disasters. The legend of the Lost Republic held an additional layer of mystery, the aforementioned cargo of gold. Reports and rumors circulated among treasure hunters and maritime historians that the Republic's manifest included an estimated $250,000 worth of gold coins, possibly even more in other forms of precious metals or jewels. These rumors spurred decades of deep-sea searches, yet the ship's location and its treasures remained elusive. It wasn't until the late 1980s that an ambitious treasure hunting expedition finally located the wreck. Using advanced sonar mapping and deep-diving submersibles, a private company called Deep Sea Research managed to pinpoint the precise coordinates of the wreckage. The Republic lay twisted but remarkably intact in the deep seabed, resting about 270 feet beneath the surface. The salvage operation was both fascinating and delicate. The ship's passage of nearly 80 years underwater had left it encrusted with marine life, corroded by salt, and guarded by the relentless currents of the Atlantic. Nevertheless, the salvagers recovered a variety of artifacts from the ship's interior: ceramics, personal belongings of passengers, ship's machinery, and intriguing fragments from the cargo holds. But the most exciting find was the discovery of a sealed strong room, far larger than anyone had anticipated. This chamber was believed to house the long-rumored gold, and indeed, within, hundreds of coins were found, many still in remarkably good condition considering their decades submerged underwater. Divers carefully transported these relics back to the surface, where they were authenticated and studied. The recovery not only proved the gold rumor true, but also shed light on the early 20th century maritime trade routes and the cargo types that flowed between continents. Museums later exhibited many of the recovered artifacts, offering the public a tangible link to a bygone era of ocean travel. Survivors' accounts, official reports, and the salvage expedition's findings collectively preserved the Republic's story for posterity. The saga of the RMS Republic stands out among shipwreck discoveries because it encapsulates a turning point in maritime safety. The use of wireless communication to summon help, which undoubtedly saved hundreds of lives. It also illustrates the endurance of mystery and legend surrounding lost ships, waiting silently beneath the waves for the day they would rise back into human knowledge. Today, the Republic's story continues to captivate historians, treasure hunters, and curious minds alike. Deep beneath the Atlantic's surface rests a vessel that was once a beacon of luxury and hope, now a resting place for sunken treasures and silent tales, bridging the past and present, inviting us to remember both the peril and marvel of life at sea. And so, the Republic, once lost and almost forgotten, now tells its story anew. A story not just of calamity, but of survival, technological breakthrough, treasure, and rediscovery that reminds us how the oceans, vast and mysterious, hold within them the echoes of time. Part 34. The mysterious wreck of the MV Derbyshire. In the vast and often unforgiving expanses of the ocean, some shipwrecks remain hidden for years, their stories shrouded in mystery and tragedy. One such haunting tale is that of the MV Derbyshire, a British bulk carrier whose fate puzzled the maritime world for over a decade. The MV Derbyshire was launched in 1975, a massive vessel built to transport iron ore from the mines of Australia to ports in Japan and Europe. At 91,000 tons, she was one of the largest British ships afloat at the time, considered both powerful and sturdy. For years, the Derbyshire quietly traversed the treacherous waters of the Pacific Ocean, carrying its heavy load through storms and calm seas alike. On September 9, 1980, the Derbyshire was en route from Canada to Japan when it encountered Typhoon Orchid, a fierce and unpredictable storm in the western Pacific. The ship sent out faint distress signals early in the morning, indicating it was battling intense winds and towering waves, but soon after, all communication ceased. No survivors were ever found, and the ship vanished without a trace, swallowed whole by the angry sea. For years, the disappearance remained one of the great maritime mysteries. Was the ship sunk by the typhoon's brutal force? Did it suffer a catastrophic structural failure, or was there something more sinister lurking beneath the surface? The search for the Derbyshire was challenging and painstaking. The Pacific Ocean is vast, and pinpointing the ship's final resting place was akin to seeking a needle in an endless haystack. However, the determined efforts of the families of the lost crew, maritime investigators, and wreck hunters kept the search alive, fueled by the hope of bringing closure to the families and understanding what went wrong. It wasn't until 1994, nearly 14 years later, that the wreck was finally located. A remarkable breakthrough came when the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution deployed advanced deep-sea survey technology to scan the ocean floor near where the storm had hit. There, at a depth of over 4,200 meters, they discovered the broken remains of the Derbyshire lying inverted, split apart by the incredible forces unleashed upon her. The discovery was both somber and significant. Investigators analyzed the wreck in detail, piecing together a picture of what happened in those final moments. They found that the ship's bow had detached during the storm, suggesting that the Derbyshire was overwhelmed by the enormous waves and the sheer pressure exerted on its structure. This explained the sudden loss of communication and the lack of survivors. The tragedy sparked a rigorous inquiry led by the British government and maritime authorities, who scrutinized ship design standards, safety measures, and weather assessment protocols. The findings led to improvements in bulk carrier construction and operational practices around storm conditions, aimed at preventing future disasters of this magnitude. The story of the MV Derbyshire remains a powerful reminder of the ocean's might and the vulnerabilities of even the grandest vessels. It is a tale of loss, mystery, and ultimate revelation, as the sea finally gave up its secret. Today, the wreck serves as a solemn underwater memorial to the 44 crew members who perished, a testament to those who braved the seas in pursuit of commerce and connection. As the night deepens and the ocean's quiet vastness unfolds, the Derbyshire's story lingers in the mind, a poignant chapter in the enduring saga of real lost shipwrecks found years after vanishing. Part 35. The silent depths of the SS Waratah, in the vast expanse of the South Atlantic Ocean, off the southeastern coast of South Africa, lies one of the most elusive mysteries of maritime history, the disappearance and eventual rediscovery of the SS Waratah. This great iron passenger and cargo steamer vanished without a trace in July 1909, sparking decades of speculation, search expeditions, and haunting tales of the ship's fate. The eventual discovery of its wreck, many years after it was lost, only deepened the intrigue surrounding this ill-fated vessel. The SS Waratah was built by the renowned Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast, the same yard that had constructed the Titanic a few years prior. Launched in 1908, it was heralded as a marvel of engineering, the largest and most modern ship operating between Britain and South Africa at the time. Measuring nearly 500 feet in length and with a gross tonnage of 9,000 tons, it was designed to be both a passenger liner and a cargo vessel, primarily plying the route from London to South Africa, carrying colonists, businessmen, mail and precious goods. From the outset, the Waratah carried a peculiar reputation. Some believed the ship had an inherent instability, though initial sea trials suggested otherwise. Yet whispers of unease surrounded its maiden voyages. Stories circulated among sailors of unsteady rolling and unexplained behavior in rough seas. Still, these were subtle hints that went largely unheeded. On July 26, 1909, the Waratah departed from Durban with 211 passengers and crew aboard, destined for Cape Town before continuing to London. It was the final leg of a journey that would change into an enduring maritime enigma. As the ship steamed away along the South African coast, it was last seen off the coast of the Wild Coast, a rugged shoreline dotted with rocky outcrops and treacherous currents. Just days later, frantic search efforts were launched after the Waratah failed to arrive at Cape Town and subsequent ports. No distress signals had been sent, and no survivors or debris had been sighted. The mystery deepened with each passing week. In a time before advanced radio communications and satellite tracking, a ship could vanish into the ocean's depths, leaving only speculation in its wake. several theories emerged about the Waratah's fate. Some speculated on a catastrophic capsizing due to cargo shift or design flaws causing the ship to broach and be overwhelmed by waves. Others contemplated collision with submerged rocks or even piracy and sabotage, though these were less credible. The most accepted theory pointed to a severe storm battering the ship, leading to its foundering off the notorious Agulhas Current, a strong, warm current flowing down the east coast of Africa, known to create dangerous sea conditions. Years turned into decades, and the Waratah's story became part of maritime legend. Speculation continued, but no definitive proof of the ship's resting place came to light. The wreck was a ghost, swallowed by the ocean, its crew and passengers lost to time. Then, over a century later, in the early 2000s, a team of marine archaeologists and deep-sea explorers using advanced sonar technology began systematically searching the seabed off South Africa's southeast coast, focusing on areas long rumored to conceal the Waratah. Initial sonar scans revealed several promising targets nestled in deep underwater canyons. One particular site, located over 100 kilometers off the coast near the treacherous Agulhas banks, sparked intense interest. A large, sprawling object matching the size and outline of a large steamer lay hidden under centuries of sediment. Diving expeditions confirmed the presence of a massive iron hull, partially collapsed but remarkably preserved in the cold, dark depths. Among the identifiable fragments were the remnants of luxurious fittings, small brass plaques, and even the curved frames of passenger cabins. Careful mapping and artifact analysis pointed strongly to the find being none other than the SS Waratah. The discovery sent ripples through the maritime community. Finally, after nearly 100 years of mystery, the Waratah had been found, silent, resting on the ocean floor, its secrets locked away beneath layers of history and water. But the story did not end there. Examining the wreck gave clues to what had befallen the ship. Its intact bulkheads and the positions of twisted wreckage suggested a sudden and violent sinking. Some structural details hinted at the ship's tendency to list unexpectedly, reinforcing old theories about stability problems exacerbated during that fateful voyage. Despite the sobering evidence, the Waratah's story remains a poignant reminder of the perils faced by early 20th century seafarers, men and women braving vast oceans with limited technology, caught between the promises of progress and the harsh realities of nature. Tonight, as you imagine the restless sea and the ghostly outline of the Waratah lying deep beneath the black waters, it offers a tranquil yet haunting comfort. A forgotten vessel lost and found, resting quietly forever in its watery grave, telling its silent story to the currents that still carry whispers of its voyage. The SS Waratah remains a solemn emblem of the ocean's mysteries, proof that even in an age of steel and steam, nature holds the final word, and some stories only unfold slowly, revealed through the patience of time and the persistence of those who dare to look beyond the surface. Part 36. The mysterious rediscovery of the SS Waratah. In the early 20th century, maritime travel was both a marvel and a peril. The steel hulls and steam engines of the day represented the cutting edge of technology, promising speed and comfort across treacherous seas. Among these vessels stood the SS Waratah, often dubbed the Titanic of the Southern Hemisphere. It was a luxury passenger and cargo ship operated by the Blue Anchor Line, launched in 1908. Designed to voyage between South Africa and Australia, carrying people and goods across the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean. The Waratah was a marvel of its time, measuring 450 feet long, with elegant lines and a plush interior that catered to aristocrats, businessmen, and adventurous travelers. Yet the ship's fate became one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries of the early 1900s. On its second voyage, departing Durban on July 26, 1909, the Waratah vanished without a trace. Carrying 211 people, including passengers and crew, the ship simply disappeared somewhere between South Africa's east coast and the Australian shores. No distress signals were received, no wreckage washed ashore, and no survivors were ever found. The loss stunned the maritime world and sparked a series of frantic but ultimately fruitless search efforts that spanned months. What made the disappearance particularly haunting was the nature of the ship itself. The Waratah was considered robust and was thought to ride rough seas sturdily, yet there were rumors and whispers even before its ill-fated second voyage. A few sailors and industry experts had expressed concerns about the ship's stability, fearing it could capsize in rough conditions due to design flaws. Whether those fears were real or simply superstition remains debated. For decades, the Waratah's ultimate resting place remained a ghostly unknown. Speculation grew. Had it been caught in a storm? Did it collide with an iceberg or reef? Sabotage, mechanical failure, piracy? None of these theories could be validated with evidence. The mystery etched itself deeply into maritime lore, captivating historians and treasure hunters alike. Fast forward to the late 20th century, the age of advanced underwater technology and deep-sea exploration brought renewed hope to the Waratah story. Oceanographers and enthusiasts equipped with sonar, submersibles, and underwater drones began scouring the waters along the speculative route of the vessel, combing the ocean floor for clues. The investigation area was staggering, thousands of square kilometers of sometimes treacherous seafloor to search beneath waves that were known for their unpredictability and depth. Then, in 1999, a faint sonar contact in waters relatively close to the South African coast sparked excitement. An anomaly detected at a depth just under 70 meters appeared to be the outline of a large vessel. The location fit some of the last known bearings of the Waratah, so an expedition was organized to follow up on the lead. However, the underwater footage was murky, the wreck was partially buried in sediment, and strong currents obscured visibility. Divers and marine archaeologists cautiously documented the site over several weeks. The shape, dimensions, and features, such as the hull plating and remnant structures, remarkably fit descriptions and archival photographs of the Waratah. Fragments of artifacts too, like ceramic shards, metal fittings engraved with manufacturer's marks, and even a fragment of a lifeboat, helped confirm the identity. This rediscovery was bittersweet. Here was proof that the Waratah had not vanished untraceably into the ocean abyss, but quietly lay forgotten on the seafloor. Yet the mystery of exactly what brought the mighty ship down was still unresolved. The ship's damage appeared mostly intact, inconsistent with a violent explosion or collision. Weather records hinted the Waratah had traversed a severe storm, which may have compromised its stability. The most prevailing theory, backed by naval architects and ocean engineers, suggests the Waratah encountered rogue waves, massive, unexpected swells that could overwhelm even the sturdiest of ships. If these waves hit at the wrong angle, combined with a top-heavy design, blamed for weight distribution issues, it could have capsized rapidly, leaving no chance for a distress call or lifeboat deployment. Over the following years, the site was partially protected under heritage laws, and further archaeological studies sought to preserve the wreck and learn more about early 20th century shipbuilding. Items recovered were placed in museums, honoring the lives lost and reminding us of the delicate balance between man's ambition and nature's untamed forces. The story of the SS Waratah offers a haunting yet fascinating chapter in the chronicles of vanished vessels. It reflects the raw power of the ocean and the enduring quest of humanity to illuminate mysteries beneath the waves. Though over a century has passed, the wreck's rediscovery reconnected us with a tragic moment in maritime history and allowed a fragmented piece of the past to resurface, quietly resting but never forgotten, beneath the rolling waves of the Indian Ocean. Part 37. The mysterious rediscovery of the SS Waratah. In the tumultuous seas off the coast of South Africa, during the early 20th century, there sailed a ship that would capture the imagination of countless sailors, historians, and mystery enthusiasts for over a century. This was the SS Waratah, a majestic passenger and cargo ship built in 1908. She was designed to be the pride of the fleet operated by the Blue Anchor Line, renowned for her speed, elegance, and size. At 470 feet long, and boasting twin quadruple expansion steam engines, the Waratah was known as the Titanic of the Southern Seas, a vessel that promised luxury and transcontinental service between England, Australia, and South Africa. After a successful maiden voyage, the Waratah set out in July 1909 from Durban, South Africa, on her second and final journey. On board were not only passengers seeking passage, but also valuable goods and mail destined for England. Among the crew and passengers, there was a sense of confidence. Many believed the Waratah was more than seaworthy. She was unsinkable and ready to conquer any storm the Indian Ocean might throw in her path. However, as days passed and the ship neared the southern coast of Africa, the Waratah vanished without a trace. No distress call, no wreckage washing up on shore, and no survivors, only questions and whispers of tragedy. For decades, the fate of the Waratah remained one of the most enduring maritime mysteries. Ships were sent to scour the ocean floor, divers searched reefs, underwater cliffs, and shipwreck graveyards, but no unmistakable evidence arose to explain what had truly happened. Countless theories abounded. Some speculated that the ship was overloaded and, despite being technologically advanced, had a design flaw that caused her to capsize suddenly. Others suggested violent weather caught her in a deadly whirlpool. There were even wild claims of sabotage or mutiny, yet none were confirmed or substantiated by tangible proof. The mystery shifted to legend, with the Waratah's name whispered along the docks and in smoky pubs miles from the sea. Relatives of the lost passengers held on to hope, but as time passed, it seemed the mighty ship had been claimed by the depths forever. Then, many years later, decades after the initial disappearance, a breakthrough came not from aggressive searches or sonar scanners, but from a chance encounter beneath the waves by fishermen and divers off the rugged coastline near the Agulhas Bank, a notoriously treacherous area where two great oceans meet. One particularly inquisitive team, exploring a deep trench not far from known shipping lanes where the Waratah had last been tracked, stumbled upon a large, rust-encrusted mass, resting in the shadowy seabed at nearly 1,000 feet below the surface. Confirmation was painstaking, but detailed photographs revealed unmistakable features: the unique arrangement of the hull plates, faded yet distinct lettering, and remnants of the ship's propeller assembly. Experts from maritime museums and ship historians flew in within days to verify the find. The SS Waratah had finally been found. The discovery sparked renewed interest in the ship's disappearance. Using advanced sonar imaging and underwater robotics, researchers mapped the wreck site in detail. What they uncovered was a hulk twisted by time and pressure, yet remarkably preserved in some respects. The ship lay nearly upright, her bow slightly buried in the sediment, as though the sea had tried to cradle her instead of shatter her apart. Analysis suggested that the Waratah might have encountered a rogue wave or a sudden violent gust that overwhelmed her stability. Unlike many shipwrecks broken into pieces or scattered by storms, the Waratah held together, as if frozen in the moment of her tragic final plunge beneath the waves. Artifacts recovered from the site, a compass, fragments of china decorated with blue floral patterns, and even a bell engraved with the ship's name, provided tangible connections to a tragic human story. It brought closure to families who for generations had agonized in uncertainty. What made this rediscovery even more poignant was the sheer isolation of the wreck. The Agulhas Bank is one of the most hazardous marine environments on Earth, with wildly shifting currents, unpredictable weather, and cold, nutrient-rich waters that sustain a unique ecosystem. The Waratah had rested in an oceanic graveyard, difficult to reach but not forgotten. Today, research into the Waratah's sinking continues, as modern technologies allow experts to peer deeper into the past. The story of the SS Waratah serves as a solemn reminder of the fragile balance between human ambition and nature's overwhelming power. Although the ship was lost for over a century, its rediscovery helps keep alive the memory of those aboard, the quest for knowledge, and the enduring mystery of the sea. In a way, the Waratah's story is more than just about a shipwreck. It is about humanity's eternal desire to understand what disappearance truly means, to find light in darkness, closure in uncertainty, and peace where once there was only loss. As the waves gently lap the shores thousands of miles away, and the currents swirl over that silent hull resting in the deep, the Waratah whispers a story carried only by the ocean, now finally told. And so the legend of the SS Waratah continues, a testament to the mysteries hidden beneath the sea and the unwavering determination to uncover them, one deep dive at a time. Part 38. The Mystery of the SS Republic, Treasure Beneath the Waves. In the foggy dawn of October 25, 1865, the majestic paddle-wheel steamship SS Republic set off from New York Harbor, bound for the port of New Orleans. This grand ship was no ordinary vessel. It was a symbol of post-Civil War optimism, a shining example of maritime engineering, and a floating palace of its time. The Republic was carrying not only over 400 passengers and crew, but also a cargo of immense value, one of the most storied shipments of gold and silver coins ever transported along the American coast, meant to stimulate commerce and rebuild the war-torn South. The journey was intended to be routine, a dependable link between the bustling Northeast and the southern states. But the Republic's voyage was abruptly cut short. Just 2 days in, a fierce hurricane struck the Atlantic coast with a vengeance rarely seen. Waves towered like mountains, and winds howled like wild beasts. Despite the crew's valiant efforts to weather the storm, the ship began taking on water. The engineering marvel that once stood proud became a helpless prisoner of the merciless sea. The decision was made to abandon ship. Lifeboats were lowered amidst the chaos, and thousands of pounds of precious cargo were left to the depths. Miraculously, the majority of passengers and crew survived, taken aboard nearby vessels that had gathered for rescue. But the Republic itself, laden with its priceless treasure of gold and silver coins, sank beneath the icy waves about 100 miles off the coast of Georgia. For over a century, the SS Republic remained a ghost beneath the ocean, its somber story fading into folklore. Its exact resting place became a mystery, swallowed by the ever-moving sands and currents of the Atlantic seabed. Tales of its lost treasure inspired adventurers and treasure hunters for decades, but the ocean concealed its secret well. Then, on May 24, 2003, a technological breakthrough changed the course of this maritime story forever. Using advanced side-scan sonar and underwater remote-operated vehicles, Odyssey Marine Exploration discovered the long-lost wreckage lying about a mile beneath the surface, 90 miles off the coast of Georgia. It was the find that shook the treasure hunting community and ignited renewed public interest worldwide. The discovery was remarkable not only for the treasure, but for the ship's extraordinary preservation. Deep beneath the waves, the SS Republic rested relatively intact, its timbers and iron fittings still recognizable on the dark ocean floor. Most astonishing were the vast quantities of coins, over 51,000 gold and silver coins, dating back to the California Gold Rush era. These weren't just any coins. Many bore the distinct marks and mintings of the United States Treasury, representing an economic lifeline worth millions today. The retrieval of these artifacts was both painstaking and delicate. Divers and remotely operated submersibles carefully excavated the site, bringing up crates of coins and other cargo. Each coin was cleaned, catalogued, and studied, revealing stories of the time when commerce was rebuilding after the ravages of war. But beyond the treasure, the SS Republic offered a window into a bygone era of maritime history, the era of steam-powered luxury liners that bridged vast distances, connecting continents and cultures. The ship's cabins, engines, and remaining artifacts told the tale of 19th century life and technology, preserved beneath crushing depths. The story of the SS Republic serves not just as a tale of treasure and loss, but also as a reminder of the ocean's enduring power to both destroy and preserve. For over 130 years, the Republic lay hidden underwater, lost to time yet never forgotten, until modern technology unlocked its secrets. Today, the coins recovered from the Republic rest in museums and private collections, prized not only for their monetary value, but as tangible links to history. They remind us that beneath the calm, shimmering surface of the sea lies an ever-whispering archive of human stories, stories of hope, tragedy, exploration, and discovery. As we listen to the gentle rhythm of the waves, it is humbling to think that far below, the SS Republic continues its eternal voyage, cradled by the ocean's depths, resting quietly yet speaking volumes to those who dare to search for the lost stories hidden beneath the waves. Part 39. The untold story of the SS Waratah, South Africa's mysterious missing passenger liner. In the early 20th century, the seas brimmed with vessels carrying cargo, mail, and passengers between continents, weaving an indispensable thread of connection across the globe. Among these was a ship that would soon become one of the most haunting maritime mysteries to captivate the imagination of sailors, historians, and treasure hunters alike, the SS Waratah. Built in 1908 by the Dundee Shipbuilding Company in Scotland, the Waratah was a beautiful and imposing passenger steamship designed to ply the long route between the United Kingdom and South Africa. With a length of over 500 feet and powered by the latest steam technology of its time, the Waratah was heralded as a marvel of engineering, intended to provide safe, swift, and comfortable passage for mail, cargo, and hundreds of passengers bound for the Southern Hemisphere. Despite her promising beginnings, the Waratah would soon earn a reputation shadowed by doubts and superstition. Even before her maiden voyage, some warned of the ship's design flaws, particularly concerning stability and hull strength in rough seas. But these warnings were overshadowed by anticipation and excitement. as she represented a new era in ocean travel down the African coast. After embarking on her second voyage in July 1909, the Waratah set sail from Durban, South Africa, destined for Cape Town before heading to London. Carrying around 211 people, passengers and crew, she disappeared without a trace in the treacherous waters near the eastern coast of South Africa. No distress signals were sent, no wreckage was found, and no survivors ever recounted what happened in the stormy days or weeks that followed. The disappearance of the Waratah sparked one of the largest maritime searches of the time. The ship, often called the Titanic of South Africa, haunted the public's imagination as rumors swirled about capsizing, sudden storms, or even mysterious cargo contributing to the disaster. Families and authorities clung to hope, but with each passing month, the reality sank deeper. The ship was lost, claimed by the unforgiving ocean. For decades afterward, countless expeditions scoured the coastal waters between Durban and Cape Town, investigating every lead and report of wreckage. Fishermen occasionally reported strange debris, and some claimed to have seen wreckage washed ashore that might have belonged to the Waratah. Yet no confirmed wreck was ever identified, fueling speculation that the ship was resting somewhere deep underwater, untouched and hidden by the vastness of the Indian Ocean. The allure of the Waratah's mystery attracted a mix of professional salvagers and amateur treasure hunters eager to uncover the lost ship. Some suggested she sank due to an unbalanced cargo load or a design error that overwhelmed her stability in heavy seas. Others speculated that she encountered severe weather anomalies or even submarines lurking beneath during a time not far removed from the dawn of World War I. But none of these theories ever led to concrete evidence. Fast forward to 2015, a new chapter in the narrative of the lost Waratah emerged when researchers employed modern sonar mapping, underwater drones, and archival research to narrow down the likely resting place of the vessel. A South African maritime exploration company announced they had identified a large shipwreck off the southern coast, deep under the ocean floor sediments near the Agulhas Bank, a notorious point for shipwrecks due to its treacherous currents and sudden storms. The site was found at a depth of over 1,200 meters, too deep for casual diving, but accessible to remotely operated vehicles. Preliminary scans revealed the outline of a large early 20th century passenger ship lying on its starboard side, with structural features matching the Waratah's design, a distinctive funnel shape, hull contours, and engineering elements confirming its age and purpose. Over the following years, teams made multiple dives using robotic explorers, carefully examining the wreck without disturbing it. Artifacts such as rusted lifeboats, remnants of the ship's superstructure, and fragments of passenger belongings testified to a sudden sinking. While the exact cause remains a subject of investigation, the site provided a tangible, haunting confirmation that the Waratah met its fate, swallowed by the deep Indian Ocean nearly 110 years after she vanished. This discovery offered closure to many descendants of the lost passengers and crew, allowing the region to reclaim a forgotten chapter of maritime history. The Waratah, once thought lost forever to whispers and tales, now rests quietly beneath the waves, a solemn reminder of the unpredictable power of the sea, the courage of those who traverse it, and the mysteries that await discovery long after a ship has vanished from sight. As you imagine the shifting currents and the cool stillness enveloping that long-lost ship, it's humbling to think about the thousands of vessels that ply those same waters today, each with their own stories, destinations, and silent hopes to safely reach their final harbor. The story of the Waratah invites us to listen closely to the ocean's whispers, as beneath its waves lie countless tales waiting to be rediscovered, quietly telling us the fragile and enduring human spirit threaded through maritime history. Part 40. The mystery of the SS Waratah, Australia's Titanic lost and found. In the early months of 1909, a ship set sail from South Africa's bustling port of Durban, bound for the distant shores of Australia. This vessel was the SS Waratah, an imposing passenger and cargo steamship owned by the Blue Anchor Line. It wasn't just any ship though. The Waratah was often dubbed Australia's Titanic, a comparison that seemed fitting given her size, the luxury she offered, and the terrible fate she would soon meet. The Waratah was launched in 1908 and was designed to carry both passengers and freight between the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Australia. She was touted as a marvel of her time, with ample space, state-of-the-art safety features for the era, and amenities designed to keep her passengers comfortable across the long, arduous voyages. Yet, despite all precautions, the sea that March would prove fatal. On July 26, 1909, the Waratah left Durban for Cape Town, carrying 211 passengers and crew aboard. Among them were families, traders, colonial officials, and travelers seeking new beginnings on the other side of the world. After clearing the port, she proceeded southwest, passing through the often treacherous waters of the South Atlantic around the southern tip of Africa. But after leaving port, the ship simply vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Waratah quickly turned into one of Australia's greatest maritime mysteries. Ships were dispatched to scour the waters, and frantic search efforts spanned thousands of miles, all to no avail. There were no distress signals, no debris fields, no survivors. The ship was simply gone, swallowed by the sea without a whisper. The press and public speculated endlessly. Some suggested she had capsized in heavy seas, others posited that structural weaknesses might have played a role. Overloading was considered, with claims that containers and cargo had shifted, causing the ship to list and founder rapidly. The theories piled up, but concrete evidence was elusive. Without survivors or wreckage, the truth remained buried beneath the waves. For years the Waratah drifted into legend, her story twisting through the imaginations of sailors and historians alike. The ship's manifest, a list of those lost, became a roll call of the missing, a sober reminder of the tragedy. Yet, elusive and steadfast, the ocean kept its secrets. In the decades that followed, the quest to locate the remains of the Waratah persisted despite the passage of time. The advent of advanced sonar technology and deep-sea submersibles in the latter half of the 20th century rekindled hopes. Expeditions set out along the ship's last known routes, combing through underwater canyons and reefs, scanning for anything that might point toward the ship's final resting place. Then in the early 2000s, a breakthrough seemed imminent. A private salvage team announced they had located a wreck on the Agulhas Bank, off South Africa's southern coast. Initial evidence suggested it might be the Waratah, buoyed by dimensions and features found on the submerged vessel. The news stirred excitement and renewed interest, but as more detailed surveys were performed, discrepancies appeared. The wreck was later identified as belonging to a much older shipwreck, unrelated to the Waratah. The mystery remained unsolved. However, in recent years, a series of underwater expeditions with specialized remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and enhanced mapping technology have revisited areas near where she was last sighted. Speculation continues that the Waratah could be lying in one of the hidden trenches beneath the waves, perhaps broken into parts, scattered across the ocean floor where strong currents keep the wreck concealed. Maritime archaeologists and divers stress that the Waratah's resting place holds more than just physical remains. They believe that recovering the ship, or even confirming its location, would provide invaluable insights into early 20th century shipbuilding, naval engineering, and the perils faced by vessels during the age of steam. Adding to the legend, tales from local fishermen persisted over the years. Some recounted encountering strange debris or twisted steel among underwater gullies. Others told of eerie lights seen beneath the ocean during calm nights, leading some to muse that the Waratah's spirit might linger in the waters off South Africa's southern tip. These stories, while intriguing, remain anecdotal and yet deepen the enigmatic aura of the ship's fate. Despite extensive efforts to find the ship, it remains a ghost in maritime history, a solemn reminder of the sea's unforgiving nature and of a proud vessel that vanished without warning. The loss of the Waratah spurred important discussions on maritime safety and shipping practices in the early 20th century, influencing ship design and emergency protocols in years to come. For now, the SS Waratah rests silently somewhere beyond the horizon, her secrets still waiting to be unearthed. And as currents sweep along the Agulhas, blending history with myth, the world holds its breath, hoping that one day, the true story hidden beneath the waves can finally be told. As night falls and the waves gently lap the shore, the story of the Waratah drifts like a whisper on the ocean breeze, a tale of mystery, loss, and the endless depths that keep the past submerged, inviting explorers to search, dream, and remember.